time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Hi there, it's me, John Chess, inventor of chess. And are you sick of sucking at chess? Well, lucky for you, I have also invented AIM Chess. Look at this chess puzzle. Did you solve it? Of course not, that's because you're not using AIM Chess. AIM Chess is a digital chess trainer that helps you improve by creating unique lessons based on your recent games. Just link your chess.com, Chess or Chess24 account and feel that brain wrinkle. Yeah, see, you shouldn't have blundered your queen just there. Now I know! Thanks, AIM Chess! Now all that's left to figure out is how that funny horse moves. They even got acquired by that one chess player other than Hikaru, so you know it's good. Hi, it's me, that guy I just mentioned, and I am the best chess man in the world. But thanks to AIM Chess, I also have a girlfriend now as well. This could be you! Personalized training, game reports and analysis disease, study plans, thick, luscious hair, intuition builder, all this and more available on AIM Chess.
Hello?
Courtney, did you know that AIM Chess users improve their ratings 43% faster than average?
What?
So what are you waiting for? Join AIM Chess today. Links will be somewhere, probably. I don't know, I just made the video. AIM Chess. Sign up now and get 50k silver and 2 free months off your VPN. Now that's what I call a Queen's Gambit. That's so fucking dumb. AIM Chess, for when you aim to chess. That's their slogan. It's what they say. Ready, aim, chess. That's another. It's... Look, just sign up for AIM Chess, okay? Just, come on, literally, why not? Alright, just stop being a dick for like 5 seconds and just go, alright? Jesus Christ.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. Oh, what are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
So that I give up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Welcome everybody!
My name is Jan Pomnishi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Gains that confidence, plays a few good events, stops looking inwards into his own insecurities.
I like the no expectation part, so like that's something that has gotten better because sure, it's like not my full-time job.
It's definitely good for chess in India, and now there is Olympiad also, so there'll be more people following and taking up chess as professional sport.
Yeah.
It's surprisingly concrete still, no? Like,
yeah.
E takes d4, good move. D takes d4, D takes d5.
This line was essential and forced, but also not rocket science to map out.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with AirThings.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Seriously? Checkmate! Aim Chess is an intelligent system that analyzes your game, prevents mistakes, and develops recommendations for improving your skill. Phew!
Welcome to the final day of the Chessable Masters. We have Ding Liren facing Ramesh Babu Pragnananda so far in day one. Ding took the first set pretty convincingly, and that means that Prag needs to win this second set if he's going to take it into a tiebreak. So it's do or die today. And of course, we have Jan here, Jan Gustafsson, joining me for commentary. Jan, can he do it? This is the big question.
I've been consistently betting against Pragnananda, and I'll keep doing it. Ding looked too strong, seemed like he had a good strategy. He mentioned he was avoiding forcing lines and tried to out-experience Pragnananda in structures, and that seemed to work pretty well. Also, whenever I check Twitter, Pragnananda is up doing something else. Now he was introduced by, I forgot the name, sorry if I'm wrong about this, the Indian oil company. Today he had a photo session. He seems like he's very busy. That's not ideal circumstances for playing a match against Ding.
I didn't catch that. That is very interesting. Yeah, and as we heard yesterday, he was actually taking school exams as well. Early in the morning, finished his match against Giri at 2 a.m. and was into an exam at 8:45 in the morning. And now, wow, didn't hear that. Indian Oil, I think they actually sponsor a few Indian players, don't they? I think Tanya Sachdev certainly, and I think also Adiban as well. Certainly some others. I'm not quite sure. That's very interesting. I mean, of course, he deserves the support. The only thing I would say about yesterday is that after a convincing first game from Ding, he did take a dip in that second game, and he seemed to play uncharacteristically hesitantly in that second game. And then Prag actually did pounce and won a very, very nice game. So we know he can do it. It means that Ding has to keep his level, this really high level, if he's going to win. Let's see. The game has started.
Here we go. d4, Ding understandably after that second game. Yesterday you mentioned not in the mood for more English openings. He's going back to very mainstream stuff. And Pragnanda, as they do these days, goes c5, but after c takes d5, he doesn't go c takes d4, but plays his trusted weapon, the so-called Semitarash, where, yeah, you exchange these two pieces, give up the center, but are telling white, do your worst. I have squares for all my pieces, b6, bishop b7, knight d7. Pragnanda has played this very regularly. We'll know the subtleties here. Let's see if Ding manages to ask a question.
I'm intrigued by this because we know Ding is a serious theoretician. We know that he will have prepared for this. He will know that Prag plays this. And so, well, we're going to see the best that white has against it. What's the best that Ding has prepared? I mean, so far, very solid. Bishop doesn't need to come to a6. It's interesting that Ding played bishop d3, and you could say lost the tempo after bishop a6 and exchanged off. We have seen h4 in that position, haven't we?
I think without rook d1, b6, we've seen h4 here the other day. The old main line is bishop c4, but that they seem to have figured out. And they've tried pretty much every move here, like rook c1, bishop b5, bishop e2, you name it. I don't know, it's hard to refute this setup, so you just try to surprise a little bit. And rook d1 is slightly rare. After b6, yeah. Of course, you'd rather wait for bishop a6 and then take it directly, but I guess if you go h4 here, black would play bishop b7, hit this pawn, bishop d3, knight c6, and white also lose some time, keeping his construction intact. So Ding clearly following his preparation, not in the mood for any craziness, no h4, h5. He sticks to the plan. Classical chess, keep the king safe, nothing too forcing. See if he can ask a question.
It's funny, advancing the pawn merely to h3 is almost bucking, modern chess at the moment, bucking the trend.
2010 called Ding. It wants its h3 move back.
Yeah, fascinating. But as you say, this is just a normal classical position with white maintaining this lovely space advantage, and it reminds me of those classic games from 1960s. Was it Spassky Petrosian? Maybe even the same variation. I think it is actually, where and the exact same pieces on the board, where Spassky just powered through with the d pawn, and then essentially turned right and got to black's king. Beautiful classical game. So yeah, we'd take white every time in this position.
Yeah, black is very solid though. It's not easy to do something. And yet timing this d-pawn march is, of course, a key question if you just start pushing here. And then if black decides to take it, after which you run the risk, it goes further. It can become quite move by move quickly. For example, queen d6. And the big question is always, can white get a knight here? Or is black in time to stop all this? So there are a lot of subtleties, things to consider. Do you start with knight c5 and so on? But theoretically, black is holding. That's why it's such a popular opening. Computers aren't afraid of any of this. Let's see if Ding manages to ask something.
I mean, that's a big question, whether white plays d5 quickly, but that would allow the knight into beautiful square on c5. Or does white push first with queen e2, push the knight away, and then advance with d5, for example? I mean, these are big questions. Or another strategy for white is to hang back with the center pawns and advance the a pawn and just isolate one of the black pawns on the queen side and just maintain those two pawns in the middle, because at the moment there is zero pressure on the d and e pawns. No doubt Ding has seen it all before, but let's see.
Yeah, my hunch would be d5 is the critical move, either directly or after rook e1 first. But Ding taking a moment here. Maybe h6 wasn't the main line of his preparation. Queen f4 is another sort of typical move to control this square, when the question is, does black accept going for this endgame with queen f6, which I think is considered to be more or less all right. Even though the pawns are a bit weak, it's not so easy to use. Once again, d5 is met by knight c5. So my money, I guess, would be on rook e1, but it's nothing special for white, really. No, he plays queen e2. There you go. Plays your move. Hits the knight. The knight drops back. Knight b8. And does he want to go d5 now? Yep, here it comes.
Yeah, I mean, that very interesting. Just taking the game by the scruff of the neck and advancing straight away. Like I said, you don't have to do that. I guess it would be too late to play a4 in that position with a knight swinging around to c6 and a5. But and taking with the rook as well. Okay, another slight surprise. Well, to my eyes anyway, I would have thought.
Yeah, the problem is this pawn doesn't get to d6. I think black goes either rook e8 first or queen d6 directly. Then it's not that easy to keep it rolling because after knight d4, this can be taken. Knight h4, g6 usually doesn't do much either. So rook d5, it's consistent with his sort of low risk, few complications strategy. White can't be worse here. We'll occupy the squares in the middle. But it's not that challenging either. Black now has a very sound structure.
Yeah, absolutely. So time to pile up on the e file if possible. How we do this, I'm not sure. Queen. I mean, normally, I would want to play the queen to c7 as the rook is already there, and then one can try and gain counterplay down the c file, c4 on c2. But do we go queen e7 and then rook e8? That's
many options. Queen f6 also looks natural to me, just getting out of the way. I don't think we're too afraid of e5. Not sure which one he will choose. All three look like legit squares.
Doesn't look
d7 he shouldn't do, but he won't.
Doesn't look too scary for black somehow.
Nope. Looks very close to equal. But it's low risk playing for 2 or 1.5 results. Team will see if he can make something happen here. And if not, he's never worse here. So he's trying to keep it simple.
Very true. And of course, if this second set ends 2-all, then Ding wins the final.
I was wondering about the rules. If Ding leads 2-1, do they play the fourth game?
I don't think they do.
No need, right?
I seem to remember in the past that's just been that. So that is certainly something to bear in mind, and that maybe, I mean, this wasn't particularly Ding's strategy yesterday to really force it and push it, but he certainly doesn't need to today.
Nope. 2-2 is enough. Then again, it's very hard to go into a rapid match thinking, I'll try to make 4 draws. That's not how rapid matches usually work.
Nah.
Pragnanda, a bit surprised by this rook takes d5, understandably, because it doesn't look so challenging, trying to figure out where to put his queen. I don't know. All these moves look normal to me. You decide. Maybe queen c7, hinting at queen c4 is the way indeed.
This is where we would lose 20 minutes time.
Yeah, or blitz out queen f6 and see what happens, depending on the day. Both seem like
exactly
strategies. The only problem with queen c7 is it sort of feels a bit far away from the king side. I'm not sure if this can be used, but I guess you try to shuffle the knight around. Ask some questions here.
Yes, I suppose that's the only thing that black's knight sort of doing a good job in that it covers the d7 square. But yes, it takes a bit of time to transfer over.
Yeah.
So yes, if you're feeling a little bit scared about that, or mildly concerned, then yeah, e7 or f6, I guess.
Yeah, I'd go here. Queen e7, I'd also be mildly concerned about this.
Yeah, fair enough.
Here, there are some forks.
Yeah.
I guess black doesn't want to play g6 unless you really have to. It's somewhat weakening.
Yeah.
Might not be a big deal, but it feels a bit soft.
You're winning me over. Queen f6 is logical.
Prague, do you agree? I do think it's reasonable, though, that he takes some minutes here, because if he solves his problems in the next 3-4 moves, he just won't have any throughout the game. So to take a little dive and see what white could be up to makes perfect sense. Shouldn't take too long though. Like at 8 minutes, we want to see a move.
Yeah, hopefully we've got time a little bit later, perhaps in between the games, to just have a quick look at a couple of moments in the games from yesterday. I had a look certainly at that first game, and it's worth having a quick recap. But we'll do that if we have some time in between the games.
Sure. Clock is ticking. No particular excitement. We can look at some moves after Queen F6. I'm not sure what white wants, frankly. Knight E5 somehow came to mind. Just trying to stop Knight C6. But I'm not sure this knight does anything there. If black goes Rook D8 and he goes Queen C7, he's not worried about any of the kingside stuff. But the horsey. Why are you not worried, Mr. Pragnanda?
Maybe just Rook D8.
Yeah, then I thought we'd jump. So takes. Now the pawn is faster all of a sudden. I'd be a little scared.
Yeah, could be. Okay, let's put that one back. So let's stick the knight on D4 and have a think.
He doesn't do it. Ding is really not in the mood for adventures. Just goes Rook D1. But now Queen C4, I thought, was maybe asking some questions. The endgame should be absolutely nothing for white.
Yeah.
And where does the queen go? It doesn't have a great square to keep touch with both these pawns. Maybe some clumsy looking move like Rook D3. I don't know. Doesn't feel like Ding is going for the kill here at the very least.
No, not really. Doesn't look scary at all. I don't know, Knight D4, just going back a move, just for a moment. I mean, of course, I understand that the knight might be quite nice on F5, but just for a moment, I just wonder if there's some nice move for black, because it just looks, just for a moment, white's coordination is slightly strange. I don't know. Is there some move that exploits all this?
I couldn't see it. Maybe he just thinks G6 is fine. Just looks so weak. Queen F4, but or is there Knight C6 with Queen C4 on the board? Okay, we should stop looking at this. I was just trying to get rid of this knight somehow. Knight E7.
Yeah.
Maybe that works.
Maybe.
Anyway, Queen C4 played. Yeah, this just looked fine to me for black.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we'd start whipping pawns off if they're offered. Oh,
there come the offers.
Okay.
Knight C6. Prague not tempted.
Not at all. That was interesting. Okay, so why not? Let's just have a quick look. So instead of Knight C6, if he had taken.
I guess still this.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, the queen on A2 just for a moment is it's a long way back. Unless you play a move like Queen B2 there.
Could force it back home with Rook B5. Queen C3, yeah, sorry. Okay, but Knight F5.
Yeah. Yes, I mean, I was looking to sort of clear the rook down the c file, but suddenly the 8th rank starts to look a little bit weak in that case. Yeah, okay, I can understand why he didn't want to venture into this, but anyway, so knight c6, much more sensible.
Yeah, asking Ding what he wants to do. I'm a bit obsessed with this square, so I'd consider knight h4. Can't really see what else to do. Of course, he can play a3, but then after rook e8, black just looks fine. So I was curious what happens after this.
Well, there are some inviting forks in prospect. And if I play knight e7, yeah, and then rook c7.
A way to keep the pressure here. Not. I want a queen g3, but then queen takes e4, and I don't see a trick.
Yeah.
Yeah, could be.
Yeah. I mean, I suppose can you try rook d8 there?
Yeah, I thought you go back.
Well, I was going to try and hope that it was okay. But I was wondering if it's possible to take and play rook d7 in that position.
Yeah, not sure. Feels like with just one pair of rooks in this back rack, a little weakened. Black should be fine,
but rook. I mean, can't we just take the pawn on a7?
Oh, something active, no? Let's see, 6. Sorry, I guess I'm blundering the house as usual. Knight d5, something. Maybe here.
Okay.
I feel like I'm blundering stuff. I don't know. It feels like black is active enough, but yeah, it's
okay. But
better in the hands of some calculator.
Yeah, but it's touch and go.
Yeah.
You know, it's yeah, it could be. It's black has to be very careful.
Let's see. The way Ding's played, it doesn't feel like he's looking for any adventures. Just if you play too slowly here with white, you can also end up being a little worse. Like once you have to start defending these pawns and black starts pushing. So I would think he has to look for some activity. What the best way is, I'm not sure. Rook d7, knight h4. Move in that vein. Rook d7 takes. I don't really see a follow-up either. Surprise us, Mr. Ding. Rook c1 takes. Once again.
Nothing
there, yeah?
Very clear.
No, opening's been a success for Pragnanda so far.
Yep, definitely looks like it. And both dipped under the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, Ding taking his time here. Yeah, it's tricky with, I'm not sure if it should be taken too verbatim, but with the strategy he mentioned of trying to avoid tactics and calculation. Might be sensible against a young, very sharp player. But Ding is also one of the fastest and sharpest calculators in the world. So if he tries to do without tactics, he's also really taking away his own strength.
That's true.
He has played knight h4.
He's gone for knight h4. Okay, so here we go. He's interesting. Prag is realizing in some senses this is quite a critical moment. Will White's initiative fizzle to nothing, or will it just give White a little something? Can he neutralize it? If it can, then Black's structure is perfectly sound.
So what's a normal move? Rook e8 also looks normal, but then knight f5
kind of sets up.
I was a bit worried.
Yeah.
There's also a serious fork here.
Exactly.
And if rook e4, queen g3. Yeah, that's not the way. No, knight h7 looked very sensible. Just before
it is very forcing.
Guy arrives, yeah.
So that's we need to count. We need to calculate.
Is this a move?
Oh, and then putting
looks strange, but just to have the option to bring the other. And he's played rook f8. Whoa, what are we missing?
Okay, so he must have an answer. Let's have a look. Knight f5.
Maybe still 97. Guess that's his point.
Okay, that's
96, 95. Clever if it works.
Yeah. Seems to at the moment.
Yeah.
And you don't really want to resort to, well, I mean, f3 is just
exactly
very unpleasant.
For queen g3 looks like an alternative, I thought then.
Okay.
If the pawn gets taken, we still go knight f5. And after knight e7, we do something.
Could
something
could go in, just rook d7.
Yeah.
Yeah, that and then now, well, you're just threatening to take on e7 and knight f5. So
yep, you take.
Okay. Well, all right. It might peter out to a draw after not rook a7. Oh, or what is white still have a little something there? Could be.
I doubt it. With the knight on h4. Looks equal, no?
Probably. Still, black has to find maybe a couple of moves.
Yeah, you would.
Or maybe one move. Should be good enough here.
Ding, still thinking, yeah, doesn't look like he has anything. This knight of 597 is a nice touch. What else is there? Rook d7, rook e4 is too slow. f3 we don't like. Yeah, nothing there. And once again, with white, I'd be mildly worried that if these things quiet down, that black could actually be better. Like knight f5, knight e7. I'm sure there's a way to hold this. But you pick black here, right? With
I suppose so.
Pawns being targeted.
It would be strange if white didn't have some way to. Well, maybe not, because actually the queen on c4 does a fantastic job of covering sensitive points on f7, and looking at the two pawns a2 and e4. So yeah, not absolutely obvious how white kind of steers it towards a draw, actually. And Ding obviously concerned.
Yeah, understandably. So what's the best we've seen? It's queen g3 maybe, yeah?
Queen g3 so far, yeah.
97, no something. Rook e5 looks a bit stupid, but maybe it makes some sense covering the pawn. Anyway, it's gone rook c1, okay. What's that about? Takes?
Oh.
Guess.
Takes and knight f5, is that what he wants?
I guess so, yeah. Knight f5. What is the big threat? Rook d8. then 96. Can't count, but it doesn't feel like white has anything.
Well, can you
takes and
take
rook
and rook
c8? Yeah, that's an issue.
Yeah. So yeah.
Might not lose yet, but feels a bit passive.
Yeah.
Then again, how
Well,
bad is it?
It should just be a draw, shouldn't it?
Mm.
Unless white has some niggly move. But okay, so let's go back to, we got the position on rook c1.
Mm-hmm.
So okay, that was queen takes the, okay, he's taken on e4. Fine.
Yeah, here we go. Knight f5. Ding probably calculated enough to make sure he's safe here.
So it
doesn't.
It looks like another of these situations where Ding seems to have appreciated that there could be just a hint of trouble, and looks like he's found a way just to steer it towards safe waters, calm waters.
Yeah, he's so good at concrete stuff that even if he's drifting a little bit after the opening, he at least finds a way not to get into real trouble. Still, if this is equal, which it looks like, it's clearly an opening success for Pragnananda, who, yeah, made 2-3 good moves, but was never under pressure, like structurally. Still, far from over. So rook d8 was one move. What else is there? Rook e6, then 96 looks somewhat awkward. Yeah, I still like this one.
I wonder if Prag is just worried that after rook d8 takes and rook c8, that white simply picks up one of the queenside pawns. So yeah, rook e8, rook a8.
Yeah,
could white just be a little tiny bit better there?
I know. I'm even wondering if we need rook e8. Can I do this and here? Just to keep the rook unpinned. So now I might sit here. Knight king h7. Yeah, I think it's might even be white who has to be precise still.
Yeah, could be. Yeah, might be the way to do it.
I'm thinking maybe something bothers him or we're blundering, which is always an option.
Oh, wait a second. After rook d8, can you play knight d6?
Yeah, then I wanted rook d4 and I couldn't see.
Oh, okay, that's
a follow-up. Yeah, I think this works.
Yeah, looks okay.
Is there rook d6 or some subtle move? Ah, this is the one, maybe. Oh.
Rook and knight's terribly tricky.
That's a sneaky move.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, this is an issue. Funny construction.
Wow. Really interesting.
It's very pretty.
Okay, so he needs to have a little think here instead. Let's just go back.
So no rook d8. This is where I'd hit the panic button. Maybe you relied on rook d8, and then you spot rook d6, and now you have to scramble to find some new solution. So
2.5 minutes. Prag down to 2.5 minutes. Ding 6 minutes. Wow.
Here's my latest suggestion, which probably blunders material too. Let's try that. I'll go here.
Okay, so in.
And jump.
So rook c8, rook e1 check. That's your devilish idea.
I'm just trying to
Very
not lose all my pieces.
Yeah. Well, of course, white can't do that and pick up a pawn, but yeah, black survives. Yeah. Okay, that's interesting. But so easy to get it wrong.
Yeah, also not sure if it works. Just plan a rook d6. Rook d6 here. Still 97. He's played king h7.
Oh, class. Well done.
Good job by Prague, not falling for any of these.
Not
cheapos.
An obvious move by any stretch.
It is nice stepping out of any checks and tricks here.
The move I really want to play is rook d7, but I think it lands into 95 again. Runs into 95 rather.
Yeah. Well, at least white is not worse here, I guess. But, probably not better either.
Yeah. Check and rook d1, I guess.
Yeah, I would take.
Yeah.
Life goes on. No. Prague. Focused.
I think this was the problem in game one yesterday. And that's the one I want to go back and look at because he wasn't all there. I think you noted it yesterday that you said, I mean, maybe it's projection, but you said he looks a bit tired. And
did look tired.
Certainly it came through in the game. That's why I'd like to go back on that one. So I think this is an important start for Prague, obviously.
Yeah. It looks like in this type of hand-to-hand combat, he can very much hold himself against the very best. When he ran into difficulty, it was more on these long-term structures in this Queen's Gambit, and where Ding seemed to understand a bit better what to push for. But here, doesn't look like the semi-Tarash is a good hunting ground. He seems to know well. It's precise. Rook c7, this is all on the board. Yeah, this should peter out. Like check rook d1 or move the knight.
Yeah, well, it's pretty impressive to calculate out of this one. But still, minute and a half against 444. So still got to be very careful. Still a bit tricky.
Yep, bunch of options.
Rook
f4, rook e5, knight c5, rook e1. Yeah, here he goes, rook e1. So the idea is this.
Okay, whip it off on a7.
Yep.
Now, black is not yet completely free.
On his way. Rook d2. He'll manage.
Yeah, that's a good start.
It's also nice to have the rook on a square where it can't get accidentally hit by the knight. If white goes king g3, then he can no longer fortify this knight if he ever wanted to. I think it's just equal. Ding doesn't look terribly impressed with his position either. 93. Yeah, he says. Not much here. Probably getting ready to go knight c4. Find a way to exchange knights or something.
Yeah, but still, he's under a minute now, Prague, and one still has to be careful. So let's see. Yeah, I mean, I would like to have g4 and king g3. Unfortunately, g4 allows a check, which is unfortunate for white.
I'm predicting the very exciting knight c4, rook d4, rook b7, rook c4, rook d7, king g7, rook b7, rook c2.
You know your hoovers.
Prove me wrong, Ding.
Prove me wrong. Yeah. With the king coming to g7, it's so solid.
You could try this. Just.
Oh, wow.
For giggles. Oh, it froze the board. Shouldn't have done this.
No.
It's too much.
That was somehow heresy.
Yeah. Keep the horsey.
We'll be back in a second. Don't worry. We'll just retrieve our board.
Yeah. Still here. Knight c4, rook d4 on the board.
Oh.
And rook b7. Wow. When it comes to making draws, my predictive powers are as high as ever.
You're on top of your game there.
Absolutely. That's what I do. Why not this, by the way?
I don't know. I just assume that it's...
I don't think it's winning, but just for our entertainment.
Maybe he just feels it's more trouble than it's worth. I mean, you know, it's still possible to go wrong with white, with a horse jumping around. So white...
No, he's going for the no-nonsense approach. Wow, I got all the moves right. This is one of my proudest achievements. Rook b6 and draw.
Very good.
Maybe h4.
Yeah, I would think so.
Don't want to mess with that h-pawn.
Okay.
Now we go rook c2, rook a6. No, come on, Prague. He's so unprofessional at forcing repetitions to throw in rook c4, king g3.
Careful not to pre-move here.
Yeah.
Could have consequences, but yeah.
Now we're on track.
Sound stuff from both players. Okay, an intriguing one, but Ding not pushing it too hard with his opening, and Prague defending very stoutly and finding a couple of exact moves to steer the game towards a draw. So first game is over, a draw, and we have 3 more coming. Just before we dip for a break, they'll be back in, well, between 10 to 15 minutes. Can we just go back very quickly and look at that first game from yesterday?
Sure.
So it's this one. So
this one.
Yeah, I mean, this intriguing Queen's Gambit exchange variation with this Carlsbad structure. I just want to come back to move 17, 18, around about there. So Ding has played very nicely with this rook b8 and b6 and really neutralized white already. And 92, this is all very reasonable from white, and c5. And here is where Prague played knight f3. And this is such a careless move.
It's a bit slower. Should take and do something.
Well, yeah, I looked. That was my first thought. I think I mentioned it to you yesterday that somehow he had to sort of liquidate. Even after exchanging on c5, actually, black has pretty nice position. The engines just think black has a clear advantage there, actually. Right. But instead, simply bishop b5. I mean, not not a difficult move at all. I mean, super solid. And that just makes sure that black simply can't roll these pawns. And, well, for example, yeah, either bishop d7 immediately, or black can just take on d4. Yeah, after bishop d7, of course, rook a7, although it's really nothing to write home about anyway, because there's, this or rook a8, or basically the position is just equal. But having basically just blocked on b5, black has absolutely nothing there. It's just an equal position. And knight f3, with hindsight, I mean, such a careless move to allow those pawns to advance. Of course, it's not lost. I mean, white had chances to try to stem the tide, but actually then it's tricky. Then you're having to find very, very difficult moves. So that was just a moment where it looked like Pragg hadn't woken up properly, and that any other normal day of the week, at a normal hour, you'd just play bishop b5 and everything is fine for white. So that really set the tone for the day, unfortunately, for Pragg.
I was going to say he learned that lesson, and c4 b5 with the c-pawn queening is no longer going to happen in his games. But the final position of game 3 says otherwise.
Well, that's true. Yeah, and that was a curious one, because if we go back to, let's say, 15, move somewhere around there. So we have this very typical kind of position from the Cambridge Springs where white has this center. But Pragg kind of hesitated here and wasn't sure what to do with his center pawns. And suddenly black got all his moves in. Got in rook c8 and b5, and queen a4. The bishop came back to f8. Actually, this regrouping from black, somehow black has achieved quite a lot there, so that when c5 came, black was ready for any advance. Black's pieces are really well positioned to deal with this d5 advance. Suddenly, after d5, c4, black broke with b4, and already black's queenside counterplay was basically in full flight, and Ding actually won very smoothly in the end. So it was kind of hesitation at this moment when, instead of shuffling with the rooks, he had to just choose a way. It's not necessarily an advantage for white, but he just had to make a decision whether it was e5 or even playing with c4. But just shuffling with the rooks didn't achieve anything at all. So he just didn't wake up, basically.
Yeah, wasn't Pragnanda's day. He looks good so far. I have to go check out where my kids are, if they're in the house, if they're asleep. I don't know. I thought on Father's Day you don't have to track them, but I'm not sure that's how it works. I'll be back in a minute.
We'll take a break there.
Yep.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Hi there, it's me, John Chess, inventor of chess. And are you sick of sucking at chess? Well, lucky for you, I have also invented AIM chess. Look at this chess puzzle. Did you solve it? Of course not, that's because you're not using AIM Chess. AIM Chess is a digital chess trainer that helps you improve by creating unique lessons based on your recent games. Just link your chess.com, Chess, or Chess24 account and feel that brain wrinkle. Yeah, see, you shouldn't have blundered your queen just there. Now I know! Thanks, Aim Chess! Now all that's left to figure out is how that funny horse moves. They even got acquired by that one chess player other than Hikaru, so you know it's good. Hi, it's me, that guy I just mentioned, and I'm the best chess man in the world. But thanks to Aim Chess, I also have a girlfriend now as well. This could be you! Personalized training, game reports and analysis disease, study plans, thick, luscious hair, intuition builder, all this and more available on Aim Chess.
Hello?
Courtney, did you know that Aim Chess users improve their ratings 43% faster than average?
What?
So what are you waiting for? Join Aim Chess today. Links will be somewhere, probably. I don't know, I just made the video. Aim Chess. Sign up now and get 50k silver and 2 free months off your VPN. Now that's what I call a Queen's Gambit. That's so fucking dumb. Aim Chess, for when you aim to chess. That's their slogan. It's what they say. Ready, aim, chess. That's another. It's... Look, just sign up for Aim Chess, okay? Just... Come on, literally, why not? Alright, just stop being a dick for like 5 seconds and just go. Alright? Jesus Christ.
Okay, so let's send the challenge.
Here is challenging me. Nice graphics, easy to see. Oh, what are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Welcome everybody! My name is Jan Nepomniachtchi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Gains that confidence, plays a few good events, stops looking inwards into his own insecurities.
I like the no expectation part, so like that's something that has gotten better because sure, it's like not my full-time job.
It's definitely good for chess in India, and now there is Olympiad also, so there'll be more people following and taking up chess as professional sport.
Yeah.
And it's surprisingly concrete still, no? Like,
Yeah.
E takes d4, good move, because d takes d4, d takes d5.
This line was essential and forced, but also not rocket science to map out.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with AirThings.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Seriously? Checkmate. Aim Chess is an intelligent system that analyzes your game, prevents mistakes, and develops recommendations for improving your skill. Phew.
Game 2 of set 2 in the final of the Chessable Masters. Pragnananda, Ramesh Babu Pragnananda against Ding Liren. First game drawn, pretty solid affair from both players. So let's see what we've got in game 2. Prag this time with white. Oh my word, could be another semi-Tarrasch.
Or go CD4. That's the latest trend. Yeah, here we go. This is a very tough blocker. Prag has some experience here. Had this with white against Giri. Also had it against, was it Magnus? Yeah, against Magnus he played bishop g5. And let's see what he wants to do this time. The big point is after e4, d takes e4. It's just hard to get anything going.
What did you say the other day? You said this is playing for one result.
That's the idea. Bishop g5 played. That's a more ambitious move, but computers aren't too worried about it. It's one of those where the computer always says black is perfectly fine. But with human eyes, you're a little concerned about this isolated pawn. Then again, I would guess Ding and others that play this regularly have just checked it enough to make sure they're fine here. White has all kinds of tries. Rook d1, bishop d3, bishop b5, even queen a4 I've seen. Bishop e2, of course, the most natural way to play. Let's see if Prag has anything up his sleeve. But computer-wise, I have looked at this. It's very hard to get anything going. Rook d1, now I think bishop e6 is supposed to be subtle. Not committing to knight c6, queen a4 just yet. Let's see if Ding agrees.
You see, this is always my dilemma when looking at d4 openings. I lose somehow a sense of joy when I'm looking at these positions. Yeah, if I'm...
What's joy? Sorry, I'm a foreigner.
What's joy? Sometimes you can get joy in chess, but for me, I don't have a sense of joy looking at this position when I'm preparing, because with white, I think, how on earth is it possible to break down black's position? And with black, I think, oh, you're always a bit worse. You're always just kind of fighting for equality. So yeah,
that's every opening. No, there's nothing with white, and with black, you're fighting for equality. Hard to avoid that feeling, no?
I'm not sure, actually. I mean, there are some openings where there's more of a sense of jeopardy, whereas here I just
where you don't equalize.
yeah, exactly. Whereas here I just get a sense of boredom.
I'm a big fan. Trying to find these zeros everywhere.
Yeah.
Queen b6, Ding knows his stuff. Now Queen b5 looks logically enough, but black isn't too scared of it. Can even go g5, like, or takes, something takes, g5, bishop g3, 94. It's a solid little line.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. I mean, I suppose, you know, as in the past, I was a big fan of the Queen's Gambit decline with black. These positions should be kind of meat and drink for me with black, but still, I don't know, I find it's very hard to quicken my pulse in these kind of positions. Sorry, I should be trying to sort of whoop this up as a commentator, but this is a tough one.
Oh, I'm excited. Rook d2, they're following the game. Carlsen versus Nepomniachtchi.
How excited? Scale of 1 to 10. How excited?
My scale only goes till 6, so this is a solid 5.
Solid 5. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Rook fd8 played, short castles. Rook ac8. Nepomniachtchi did something more brazen. He went g5, bishop b4, which was maybe pushing his luck a little bit. What Ding is doing seems very, very sensible, and also given by the time he's spent, he's clearly looked at this still. How bad can be? Put the rooks in the middle. White is dreaming of somehow consolidating and then pressing against this pawn, but it won't be easy to do. White needs so many moves. h3, rook fd1, bishop somewhere. But black has plenty useful waiting moves as well. a6 he would like to play, and d4 will become a topic. Still, it's an isolated pawn. I don't want to make it sound too great for black. White is still to be preferred here if you choose a side, but this is a line that has proved to be very, very resilient. It's a reverse c3 Sicilian, if that excites you.
Yeah, you're doing your best. But that one won't cut it either, I'm afraid.
Sorry.
But it's not really a reverse c3 Sicilian.
Oh, it very much is.
Is it close to it? I mean, normally I would
same thing.
Hope to position my pieces with white a little more actively, not on e3 and e2. I'd rather put them on, well, that bishop. Okay, in this case, yeah. If black plays bishop g4.
Very close. Pretty much the same position.
Yes, but not a line that ever gave white very much anyway. So
I would claim it was all reverse c3 Sicilians, but it's one. Yeah.
Yeah. Good try though. Good try. But no,
h3 played.
If you're tempting me with this is a reverse c3 Sicilian, hoping to pique my interest, I'm afraid. Good, but no.
h3 logical move, stopping bishop g4 just in case, and also if ever needed, giving I've seen this move before, that's why I'm laughing. King f8, it's not a move you play if you don't know this position. I'm fairly sure this is the first computer move.
Okay, you really have looked at this in some depth.
Yeah, I know this. It's very dry. I think Jorn might have played this in a very similar position. Not sure if it was here. And I'm also struggling to explain why it's a good move, but I've certainly seen it. So let's try to make sense of it. The king defends the bishop. I think the main point is you're threatening d4 actually. Like if rook d1,
okay.
d4
So it
takes
avoids a
take,
check.
and there's no bishop h7 check here.
Okay, now that makes a lot of sense. Otherwise, it doesn't make, to my eyes, doesn't make a lot of sense at all. But that does.
That is the idea.
Okay, so can we put the bishop back on b1? Can we try and stop this stuff?
We should. What do we do now? I'm looking at exciting moves like queen b4, but I'm not sure that's in the spirit.
It seems entirely within the spirit of this opening.
Well, black has an isolated pawn. I'm not sure he wants to chop down necessarily.
You seem to be just hovering that mouse over the G pawn.
Yeah, but I can't quite pull the trigger. I don't see how this continues.
That definitely isn't in the spirit of this thing.
No, it makes sense if you get knight e4, but I don't see how you do here.
Not happening.
So what is happening? You can always play a6, but then white goes rook fd1 and achieves what he wanted. So we must do better. Maybe knight a5. That looks like a sensible move for a change.
Yeah, it does look like a sensible move. Yeah, that's pretty annoying actually. And there's a little bit of pressure on b2 and c3. Yeah.
Question in chat, didn't the Polish player get disqualified for this move? It rings a bell. There were some, I don't know how it ended. There were some cheating accusations and somebody played king f8 in a very similar position. I'm not sure if it was this one, which obviously is a computer move. I don't know enough about the story, but it rings a bell that I've also seen this king f8 combined with these cheating accusations. And I'm being informed that Wojtaszek against Jordan went a6 instead. Maybe king f8 was the move, but Jordan didn't actually play it.
So king f8 alerted opponent and arbiter, but I mean, it could just be prep anyway. I mean, it's not so deep into the game. I mean, it must be prep.
Yeah, I'm not accusing Ding. I just recall that story. I think there were other reasons for the allegations.
Okay.
King f8 was a part of it. And Pragnananda taking his time here. Looks like Ding was more diligent doing his homework in this line. And as rook d2 was played, and Carlsen Nepomniachtchi is also not hidden. Ding knows his stuff. My sources tell me he doesn't play a lot of video games, so he has a lot of time to look at chess openings. King f8. Could have played some FIFA.
Which of the top players do play a lot of video games?
Once again, sources. I'm not sure if this is true because I'm also not an insider on Chinese chess, but they say that Wei Yi is more of a fan of video games than Ding. That's what I hear. Other than that, I don't know. I know Magnus enjoys the occasional like Mario Kart stuff like that, but I'm not sure if he's a serious gamer. Serious gamers are like Nepomniachtchi, right? Who's an expert in this Dota 2, one of these big online strategy games. And I'm sure there are others. Svidler, he's an enthusiast. He's just no good. But I would guess that counts. Yeah. Greetings. MVL is a Fall Guys, Grandma, so that I didn't know.
Oh, a poltergeist Grandmaster.
The Fall Guys. Fall Guys, that's one.
Fallgeist.
Fall Guys. Guys that fall. It's you run around with little animated creatures. Yeah, yeah.
I've never. Okay, it's all. I have zero idea about video games. It's just zero interest. But it just seems to me such a colossal waste of time. I don't know.
I used to feel the same way, but then I started getting all these Vampire Survivors clicks, and now I'm addicted, because you can not only waste your time doing it, you can also have people watching you doing it.
Watching you waste time.
Yeah, Twitch, check it out. Vampire Survivors tonight.
So Vampire Survivors, this is a game.
Yeah, it's. I might or might not have spent 100, 150 hours surviving these vampires. I don't regret a minute.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. It just reminds. There's this comedy sketch. Do you know Mitchell and Webb? No. Okay. It's a.
Didn't have time. Was playing Vampire Survivors.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah. That's my waste of time. And basically, the guy arrives at the pearly gates, and there's this kind of ledger of how this man has spent his life, and it says, well, actually, you've spent 15,000 hours playing a video game, and the guy, suddenly realizes, well, that's the extent of his life and what he's done, what he's achieved in his life. You got to level 13. Congratulations.
Wow, that sounds weak. Yeah,
15,000
hours. You should be like level 100.
I don't know, but you know what I mean.
I think I get the point.
Yeah, you think? Yeah. Sorry, not.
Then again, this is sort of a board game, and I've certainly spent more than 15,000 hours on this one.
Well, this is true. Yeah, I know. Sadly, it rang some unfortunate bells as well.
Queen b5 played. Knight a5 look very logical, trying to jump in here. Pragnanda does not want to wait idly and offers a queen exchange, which strategically would be nice for white. Just a question how it goes move by move. Let's find out. Knight c4.
Okay, so rook e2. What's the story?
I want to.
Can you take?
Take, maybe.
Well, I guess you can take on b7. Play queen b2,
Yeah.
queen b2, queen b2, rook b2, rook c3, rook b7.
Now we see the point of king f8. The bishop is already covered.
Brilliant.
And we're still slightly worse, I guess. But
yeah.
That is something.
Okay, but it's probably tenable.
Yeah,
but maybe
the end of the world.
could be a bit better for white.
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah, looks like it. Knight d4 and stuff. Yeah.
Game goes on.
Yeah.
Who knows? Queen b5. Ding, having his. Doesn't this look? No, because then the knight goes back here, and I didn't have knight e4.
But then there's kind of knight c4-y stuff.
Yeah, could be.
Yeah, it seems to hang together. I'm trying to sort of make bishop c7-y stuff work, but it doesn't seem to be there at all.
Oh, takes, knight d4, bishop c4.
Yeah, it's a big bishop. Yeah, rook c1.
Still need two moves to consolidate, but should be doable. No, takes, knight c6. How bad can it be?
That's super solid. Suddenly, all black pieces have coordinated. Yeah, looks reasonable.
Ding, taking a moment. Yeah, I guess you could go a6, but then also knight d4, and you have to worry about. Yeah, I like this less. Might also work, but now after knight e4, my structure can get a little compromised now. This could be a little something.
Yeah, could be.
Let's see.
But it does feel as though black is on the edge of equalizing here, very, very close. So Ding has the time. He can invest and basically crunch it through. And as you've mentioned before, he is a very concrete player. He calculates exact variations to achieve his aim. So that's obviously what he's doing now. It is interesting how he's sticking to this plan of playing very, very solid openings with white and black.
Yeah. I'm not even sure if this is a Prague special, because this is a line just many top players are playing now. Maybe it's just something he's looked at recently and using it. But it certainly feels like he's not in the mood for too many adventures. So far, it's paid off. Queen b5. Is there anything we could be missing here? Impossible. Takes. Start with this. It feels like I'm always in time to simplify if needed.
Yeah, seems to be.
No, but Dingo's knight c4. I have to check because I'm also theoretically curious. No, computer's with me.
Well done. Well done.
Boom. Because rook e2 here, but how bad can that be? Takes. Not afraid. Yeah, it says white has to be somewhat careful even. So Ding instead went knight c4, which, yeah, computer is less excited about, but also not saying that black should be too worried. I was to recapture with the knight. I would assume, I'll switch it off in a minute. I was just curious theoretically. I would assume Ding's idea is this, but then white might still have a nibble. Is that a word?
It certainly is a word.
Chess, it's a word at least. Yeah.
It's a nibble. Yeah, but okay. Let's go back because you certainly don't need to recapture with the a pawn.
No, but knight b6. At least the game continues and white might stabilize. Like knight d4. Knight on b6, no good, as we've learned. No, he goes ab. That seemed to be his idea. After rook e2. No, g5, knight e4 was the better way to do this. Not that he's lost or anything. So white is to take. I guess he doesn't want anything special, just cover the pawn. Maybe prepare this. So once again, this, to argue black is active enough.
Okay, well, let's see.
Prague is thinking here. What could he be thinking about? Knight d5? Trying to grab a juicier pawn before taking here. But also activates black's pieces somewhat, so I'm not sure. Say this.
Well, he's still got a lovely knight on d4.
Yeah.
The nurse. So yeah, that looks plausible.
It's gotta be a better way. Okay, still
interesting. I mean, I'm considering whether you take on f3 and play knight d5 there, actually, just to avoid. I mean, okay, we all love the bishops, but if that knight can perhaps sink itself on c3 in some positions, then
yeah, it shouldn't be much. It still feels like black has to work a little to equalize the root takes.
Yeah, true.
So that's probably what he's considering.
But he's spending a long time.
Doesn't do it, goes for the solid option, rook b2. Rook b6. Then goes bishop c8. Whoa. Moving backwards.
Well, I guess it's out of range of the knight on d4.
Certainly is. Yeah, still very solid for black, isn't it? Rook d1. Some minor suffering.
I don't think so. I think, isn't this about as much as white can reasonably hope for in these positions? I mean, the rooks are nice and active. You've got 2 pawns to look at, b7 and d5. Black isn't hitting out at anything. The pawn on a2 isn't under fire. I mean, it's a little something to nurse.
Yeah, the sad thing about, once again, in computer world, at looking at all these IQP positions is even if you reach the maximum, like it's still a draw usually, these positions. In correspondence chess, no one ever wins. There's just enough defensive resources. But I agree, I'd be happy here with the outcome for white. And Ding should be kicking himself for not forcing the issue with this g5 knight e4 when the chance was there. Maybe he shouldn't be kicking himself. I think people usually tell you, which I've never been able to do, that you shouldn't regret your past actions in the game, but should think about the current position. Knight d7. He's trying to retreat all his pieces.
Well, does give his king a square on e7, and yeah, that seems reasonable.
Sad but reasonable. Takes.
In the old days, we'd sort of think, well, from a positional point of view, black, of course, has a bad bishop, but actually this trade does give black some squares.
Yeah. Bad bishops defend good pawns.
Somebody said that.
Sounds like. Yeah, the old days you would read some endgames books and there would be some g4 exclam and then the 15 move plan of, I don't know, creating a second weakness on the king side with f3, h4, g5, opening the h file, and then by brilliantly using the 2 weaknesses, the rook would come here. Maybe switch on your computer and you stare at the 0-0. It's less exciting than in the old books.
It's true. Even in the old books, there's that famous good knight against bad bishop with an IQP, Fleur Capablanca, or was it Capablanca Fleur? I think it was Fleur with white.
Yeah.
You can't win it.
That's the problem.
Even when white seems to get the maximum.
You do sometimes, though. That's a good.
Yeah, you do sometimes. Yeah, sure. But even then, in the 1930s, technique had improved so much that one could hold it. Okay, suppose we're going to see rook b6, but
yeah,
what do you want to do? Switch the rook to the a file?
Yeah, I thought about rook a5 just to
stop that one.
Stop that one. Yeah, and
yes.
Also a3 looked like a nice square for this rook, so he goes rook a5. But it's of course very little. Still, if I was black here, I wouldn't be happy, even though I've read the old books. What's your favorite? I always enjoyed this Shereshevsky book, Endgame Strategy. Always made me feel good.
Good book.
Yeah.
Very nice book. Yeah. It's somewhere on the shelf there.
Nice.
Gathering dust. But for someone that wants to learn about endgames, I mean, from, let's say, from a very low level, I mean, of course, there are lots of endgame manuals. There's 100 endgames you must know and all that kind of stuff. I mean, these are not books you read particularly for pleasure. Not these days. Shereshevsky is an excellent book, I think. But actually, the one that I really like is Silman's Endgame Manual. If ever someone asks me, what do you recommend? I'm a club player and I want to learn about endgames. It's a really superb course, actually. Jeremy Silman, I strongly recommend it.
I haven't read that one, but I've heard praise for his work.
It's good.
In many places, yeah.
But no, for pleasure, Shereshevsky is good. I mean, John Nunn brought out a couple of very nice books. I can't remember the name of them, actually. But
Secrets of Pawnless Endgames?
This one, again, didn't actually spark joy.
No, it's more of a science project, I guess.
Yeah, that didn't spark joy.
But yeah, I generally enjoy everything John Nunn has written. I also don't know the names, but you can't go wrong with a John Nunn chess book, usually. Because also, I think I read most of them in German, so I'm not sure about the titles, but
yeah,
a lot of good practical.
I've got one here, actually, just a second. There you go. I found them. I mean, that's a simpler one. Understanding chess endgames. That's quite a simple one, but these are very good. Those.
Oof, there's volume 1, and it's a thick endgame book. That's already bad news for me. Oof.
Yeah, but actually dipping into them, there are some absolutely fascinating positions, and yeah, really nice books, actually.
My problem is, but I guess everyone's different. I read all these books also, I don't know, Kara's Endgame Manual and Dvoretsky's is called Endgame Manual. I guess Kara's called different. Müller-Lamprey, Fundamentals of Chess Endings. Just nothing ever sticks to my memory. Like with openings where I understand where the pieces go and so on, I can do it. But if I look at Rook and F and H versus Rook, I can do it 10 times and still nothing sticks. It's a draw, that much I know. But
I think the problem with a lot of endgames is that they're so specific.
It's a different discipline. There's no like pattern recognition or logic, at least to me. I'm sure if you
No.
wire differently, it's different.
I completely agree, and that's kind of the fascination of them. That it really is down to specific positions. One knows the theory and whether you put your rook behind a pass ball and all that stuff. But in the end, each position is slightly different, and there'll be a different solution, a different defensive technique, or a different way to win. They're just difficult, and that's kind of the fascination.
No, I always found it rough because people usually they're worried that they have to memorize all these openings, and I never had that problem. I never felt like I have to memorize openings. I liked looking at them, and then at some point you more or less know what's going on. But I never felt like, oh, I have to memorize openings. But with endgames, it just doesn't stick to my mind. So it would really be trying to memorize them, and there I feel like you don't get them often enough. So usually I give up and just revisit the book. But yeah,
they're just difficult. That's what it boils down to.
No, it always. Sorry, this position is not so exciting, so we're drifting a bit. Ding should be doing fine, because there's always this ancient wisdom where you're told you should study endgames. That way, you'll improve your general chess understanding. And I never felt it did. At least these technical endgames, it didn't feel like it helps my intuition or my chess understanding that much. It just felt like, yeah, I'm memorizing numbers. But once again, that's me.
I think, well, with some endgames, I think there are certain kind of ABC endgames that one does have to know.
ABC versus ABC and H, that one I know.
Yeah, that one. I didn't quite mean that. But yeah, some endgame basics that one simply has to know. But after that, yeah, it's about general rules and do they apply to a specific position. And of course, I suppose the more you know, the more you study, it's got to help. But yeah, very hard.
General rules I'd be fine with, but yeah. What are the rules in rook versus rook and f and h versus rook? Like, okay, don't lose.
Yeah, tough. And, you know, these days in practical play, of course, you know, when you're playing just sometimes with an increment, oh boy. And of course, that's why, you know, rook and bishop versus rook these days.
That one, yeah. You see it lost so much at the highest level. It's
Absolutely.
not like people haven't looked at it. It's just rough.
Yeah, precisely. Really, really tough.
And also, yeah, that always makes me feel a bit better about my inability to learn endgames. You see these best players in the world playing rook endgames with limited time controls, and usually the attacker wins, even though the engine says it's defendable. It's just very, very hard to do.
Yeah.
So what I would like is for chess to get rid of endgames. Like once the queens are off, you check the computer, and then if one side is more than 0.5, that side wins. If it's less, it's a draw. I think that's something we can all agree on.
Yeah, I mean, I remember, this is some time ago, I remember looking at rook and bishop versus rook and thinking, okay, I've got this second rank defense sorted. Okay, this shouldn't be a problem. And I ended up having to defend rook and bishop against rook, but I still had one pawn left, rook and pawn against rook and bishop.
Gotta get rid of that pawn.
So suddenly, all the stalemate tricks with the second rank defense didn't work. And I just lost like a child. It was horrible. Couldn't get rid of the pawn.
Yeah.
It was terrible. Yeah.
Rook d7. Ding is trying to get rid of this pawn.
Okay, so rook takes pawn.
Point.
So is he just saying he's got enough activity? Rook b4 hits the bishop, which is loose. And rook b2, yeah, black looks very stable there.
Move repetition incoming. Those I spot very quickly. Suchi is saying nobody will play the King's Indian then, Jan. Au contraire, in the King's Indian, of course, white is much better if he doesn't exchange queens, but usually if he does exchange queens, then he's no longer much better. So it would just be a draw. So I think the King's Indian would see a spark in popularity. Rook d1. Not going for the repetition.
Okay, so he's just
saying
saying
is active enough, yeah.
Just saying he's got enough activity, yeah. Knight c3 cuts out a few. Cuts out, yeah.
Then bishop e6, b5, b4. Yeah, I think he's right as usual.
Yeah. The problem is the bishop on b1, isn't it? Basically, it hasn't got a good place to go to.
Nope.
And the rook always needs to protect it. So yeah, black is absolutely fine. So once again, we see Ding being able to compromise very nicely in a slightly worse position and just finding a way through. It's very impressive. Like all of the top guys, they just know how to compromise.
Yeah, I guess the bishop goes to e6.
I prefer e6. I mean, it is pointing at a pawn after all.
Yeah, and yeah, that's this plan as mentioned. Yep, Ding agrees.
3 minutes against 1 minute. Would you even have, yeah, I could be maybe a little bit careful with white. Just
c1, saying if you go b5, your knight will be slightly loose as well. But doesn't matter. Might not matter. Or is there rook knight d1, rook d2?
Yeah, he's played it. Could have repetition incoming. King d6, rook d1 check, king e7.
That is possible. But I have a feeling Pragnanda is not ready to go home just yet. Figuratively, I assume he's home.
Yeah, true. So was that actually working? B5, knight D1. Let's see that again.
Well, I didn't think it was winning or anything.
Knight C3 and then B4.
Worst case scenario, we go back, right? I don't think.
I guess so. Yeah, that's true.
Also, B4 seems fine. Yeah. Looks all right. Ding, however, goes G5, which I'm sure would get an exclam in the old books, grabbing some space here. Saying, I don't need to do anything.
Just holding the position. So what, rook C2 is just going to come back, rook B4, I guess, and just say, well, white's pieces are pretty stupid in that case. Why not? Why not? It's G5, it's kind of not, it's not panicking, is it? He just realizes, okay, I've got enough activity. It's nice.
It's also a skill that very often when I'm a pawn down, I feel like I have to justify with incredibly concrete play.
Yes.
Sometimes you don't have to. Sometimes you're just active enough and you make, normal human moves and you're still fine. But it's a mindset one has to get into, which I never found so easy.
And looking at the clock times, Prague is down to, well, he's bounced up to 47 seconds now, but against just under 2 minutes. So that's tricky.
After all this ding praise, how does he make a draw here?
Yeah.
Knight A4.
Ding praise.
Yeah, knight A4 plate. Takes. And which one do you take? This one or this one? Would guess this one actually, but he's thinking about it.
Rook A4, but then rook B2.
Yeah. No, I'm just trying to make a set draw now.
It's a pity not to be able to keep all the activity.
Yeah. Can we do better? Takes king H2. Say B5.
Knight C5.
Yeah, bishop. I guess it's still active enough, but
now Ding is under a minute.
Ooh.
How's he looking? Let's have a look at him.
He's focused. He takes and goes back to B4. Yeah, B5 maybe he didn't like. Knight C3. But he might have to defend some 4 versus 3 or something along these lines, which, once again, I'm sure it's explained how to draw these in all the endgame books, although usually they only give you the G6, H5 setup. They don't tell you about the other setups. But also, once again, Ding not panicking. He's saying, I'm active enough. King F6. Your move. I'll bring the king.
Start with G4.
No. I would sort of like to have the option to go F4 once the king shows up here.
G4 and king G3.
Yeah. Goes king G3 directly. And Ding just goes back. He's not moving forward. He's preparing for this rook endgame. Governing H6, which might also make sense. Because now he can go rook C4 and knight D5. Chop it off if he wants to. And king F3. Here comes rook C4. Yeah, I think he's decided. All right, I'll draw this. Rook C2.
Nope, it's gone rook
No.
D3.
Okay, Pragnanda doesn't want it. Rook C8.
Oh, he's going to come back to the A file. Yeah, rook A8, and then he's bouncing back to A3.
The thing is, though, A3 played all right. I was going to say, if the knight and the bishop stay on the board, then I don't think this is such a simple draw. Maybe the knight is awkward here, but generally 4 versus 3, knight versus bishop, there are some winning chances.
Oh, that's definitely winning chances, yeah. But a3, okay.
Also good enough. Yeah, this hasn't gone well for Ding.
Stick the knight on d4.
Yeah, if it gets there, knight b5, bishop c4, or knight e2, bishop c4.
Okay, but knight e2, bishop c4, then just rook c3.
Yeah, but that rook ending, I thought we're fine with.
A little. I suppose are you going to be able to trade? If you can trade the pawns, then fine. But
yeah, maybe it's not so simple.
Not so simple.
No, true. Yeah, Ding must suffer.
Yeah.
Oh,
suffering with not so much on the clock either.
No, neither side has a lot. But yeah, here something's gone a little wrong. Once the knight gets here, it's not going to be much fun. And neither is this rook ending. He does take. But this is not a 4 versus 3, because you can't exchange these pawns. This could be a long game.
Yeah,
this
well,
king could potentially target this pawn as well. He wants to wait here and saying you cannot pass. But after king c3, king b2.
This could be difficult.
Yeah, it looks difficult.
It's definitely something now.
Put the king here.
King b2, rook b4, king b3, then the rook comes back to d4, and suddenly the squeeze is on.
Start pushing a bit here. Okay, he puts the rook on c5. That might be better, but still bad. Rook b4, g4, f4.
Do we get
also now maybe rook c3 is an option again?
Yeah. Also
rook d5, king c2. No, this is borderline. I don't know if it's lost or not, but usually with these two extra pawns, especially when the white king can target one of them, like here, here, something like this. This looks very close to lost.
Yeah, this is very dodgy. And Prague, yeah, I mean, basically playing with the 10-second increment, that's doable.
Yeah, especially such a position.
Yeah.
They're fun to play. Rook c2 I don't like, because rook d3, your advance is impeded. Yeah, rook c2 looked wrong. Should have started with king b3. That might have been, because now rook d2 and yeah, rook d3 back. No, that was a bit of a finger failure.
Oh, he's still got rook b2.
Yeah, but it's gonna be rough to make progress now.
King pops out. King and king
like that.
Yeah, still
possible. True.
Still a little chance.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
Yeah.
What's Ding supposed to do? That's one of these questions I do not know. Are you supposed to play active here, like f5, g4, f5, f4? Are you supposed to wait?
That's the thing. Again, you know, we're into specifics in a specific position, and the the general rules. What is the general rule?
No, make a draw.
Yeah, make a draw somehow. It's really hard.
Don't go rook c5 check. According to my theory, white always wins these. It's easier. But now also king b4. What's happening? Go somewhere. Maybe king a5. I'm not sure how big a threat this is, because black gets some counterplay. But
yeah,
maybe white can choose when he takes. If he gets this and some f3, e4.
After king a5, there's also rook d3.
Ah, that still exists. Yeah. And rook a2, rook b3.
Yeah, exactly.
So maybe e4.
Yeah.
now this, and rook d4, king b5 doesn't look like fun.
And that's not just lost. That's lost.
Yeah. So you have to go here, let's say f3, or once again, king a5. Yeah,
Okay.
e4 plate. No, this looks bad.
This, that's big progress now. Wow. Wow.
Prague's gonna win this.
So now we have a real fight on our hands. If he can win this, he'll be one up. This would be amazing. Ding doesn't look like a happy bunny. Look at that face, shaking his head.
No, he's messed it up. Or, well, he was struggling all the time. It's not just so much messing up, but with little time to keep defending, being precise here. I would guess somewhere, maybe somewhere around here, he missed a moment to clean it.
Yeah, but even after knight takes a4, maybe he just took the wrong piece. Maybe he should have just taken.
Yeah, he should have gone b5 here, which we suspected, but we also praised him for g5. But b5 forcing the issue, this was the way to do it.
And even on 37, knight takes a4.
37, knight a4. Yeah. Yeah, I guess there's a draw, but here already the game continues, right? Well, this seemed still clean, at least. That's what it says.
It's kind of all very understandable how Ding played, really. But at some moments he messed up and it slipped away.
Oh, it looks gone, really. Rook e5, either f3 or king a5 directly.
Don't see what's wrong with f3.
Yeah, I guess keep it. Like we'll have to try f5. And he goes king a5 directly.
Okay.
Probably king takes.
King takes, yeah. And this is.
We got a bunch of checks to see where the king goes. Problem is, it can probably come to the center.
Definitely come to just play rook a2 and a4, and then bring the king back. I mean, this is actually a kind of model position. It's well, this one I seem to recall Karpov against Knark, and Reiner pushed his kingside pawns in exactly the same way, but basically Karpov had his rook on a2 and simply played f3. Everything was protected, and the a pawn just went through. It's actually very, very similar.
Yeah, even without knowing that game.
Yeah,
he will match.
Absolutely.
Bring the king. The rook has to go passive eventually. Then you go rook a2, and you got all the time in the world. The rook sits here. The king will slowly come back. Here you go f3. Take whatever comes your way. It's just not enough counterplay. And if black goes rook e1, it's also important to play this little move. The rook belongs behind the passer. That's one of the rules that I could remember from my books. It goes for the attacking rook and the defending rook. This guy also wants to be here.
So I guess we're going to see king d4, rook. Okay, king d6, doesn't matter which one. Rook a5, rook a2. And then the king will come back to attack the rook.
Yeah, it's fairly hopeless, actually.
Yep.
There's just no breaks here ever.
And that's the end of that.
Yeah, Pragnanda. Just when we thought he was out, he pulls us back in. Yeah, nothing to talk about even, I think. I don't see any hope. Could try this. Sometimes you can try some proper desperation, like things like this. I'm sure it doesn't work either. But usually white wouldn't have to do it. You don't have to go f3 here if you don't want to.
Just king over as usual, or a4.
And he allows g4, which I'm sure is also fine. Yeah. But I would have played f3 after.
I think that's what Karpov did. Actually, he actually allowed g4. I mean, seriously, it's exactly the same pawn structure.
Yeah, I've seen that game. At some point, the king comes here, but rook a3,
it wasn't a big deal at all.
No. Now you go a5. Still no breaks. f4. White can go f3 and king f4. You can go rook a3 or rook a4 check. It's not much to do.
Yep. Well, I'm delighted to have Prague. I mean, this is absolutely fantastic, and we have a match on our hands. If Ding wants to try and finish it.
We ensured 4 games today.
Oh, I mean, you really can resign with a clear conscience here.
Yeah, I guess you check if hg f3 happens, and if it doesn't, now you can call it a game. Ding's not ready to go home just yet. I should stop saying that, but yeah, this is just hopeless. It's going to give a bunch of checks, but the king returns. Prague doesn't want to return. He wants to hide on f7, which
yeah, why not?
Is also legit.
Okay, so I think this is resignation.
Now it's time.
There we go. So after 2 games, Praggnanandhaa leads 1.5-1/2. If he can win this 4-game set, then we will be into a tiebreak. Remember, Ding won the first set on the first day. So Ding has to hit back in either game 3 or 4 if he's going to win this one. So absolutely fascinating. I'm delighted for Prague. We certainly don't want to see a whitewash in this final. And it shows that he's absolutely a worthy contender for this title. Let's see what happens. So I think we're going to take a short break. We'll be back in 12 or 13 minutes, maybe. We shall see you soon.
Hello and welcome to the sneak peek video on the Lifetime Repertoire's The Najdorf Sicilian. In this video I'm going to show you my latest course, which is a complete repertoire against 1e4 with the Najdorf Sicilian defense. Why the Najdorf? Well, it is one of the, if not the best opening you can play against 1e4. It is both very correct, very sound, also very aggressive, gives you plenty of opportunities to play for a win. And the only problem is that you need to study quite a bit of theory. But for that, there is this course. Isn't it wonderful? Let's look into it. There are here 27 chapters. The whole course is 1,000, close to 1,000 trainable lines, and the length is around 24 hours. So you can basically binge watch the course in just 24 hours if that's your priority. But realistically, I guess you need a couple of days and and you're done. More importantly, there is the quick starter guide. And that is a short summary of all you have to know to start, and that is barely over an hour. I would add to that a couple of chapters, especially against the bishop e3 line, which would also be another hour. And I think within a couple of hours, you are ready to start your Najdorf journey. But then, of course, check out all the chapters. There's lots of detail there. When you play the Najdorf, you are quite invincible. It's a very big theoretical battlefield. You can vary within it. You can deviate, always improve, always on the analysis. And so, yeah, Najdorf, I think, is a little too rich. So I don't really feel targeted there. And I think that's also a good reason why you should be playing the Najdorf. So yes, alternatives, bishop e7, bishop e6, for example, move with a bad reputation, but I give some options. Even within the alternatives, there are sometimes alternatives, which is quite cool. Also, against some lesser known options, for example, against 6 rook g1, I also give alternatives, because in rook g1, for example, in particular, there is the system with e5, knight b3, bishop e6, which is the main line, and that main line equalizes but leads to an endgame, equal endgame. And of course, I know my my Najdorf boys and girls, they want a sharp play, and next to this main line, I decided not to be lazy and also recommend another line, for example, the in this case it's the h5 variation here, which is a lot more fighting, can lead to much sharper positions, like this one, typical Najdorf here. We've got opposite castles incoming, very very sharp positions. So yeah, lots of options, and still, despite all that, the sides became quite manageable, so I'm very happy with that. Also, of course, sidelines are well covered. Bishop b5 check, you know, if you don't have a chapter on bishop b5 check, then I don't think you can claim to have a Najdorf repertoire, because bishop b5 check is such an integral part of the Najdorf. A lot of trainable lines, a lot of memorization. A lot of my variations are more fine-tuned for a top-level chess. But here I'm going for much more playable, much more flexible positions where there is a lot of room for you know, a lot of room for creativity, much more flexibility there. So yeah, I think a good repertoire will have a fun community. I'm sure lots of you will ask me a bunch of questions, and yeah, I'm very happy with what I've done. I believe there is no need, when you have a course like that, there is no need to compromise on anything. The lines are all sound, correct, well tested with the strongest engines, and also fitted for the for your regular chess fan. So yeah, I think this should be a lot of fun, and I can't wait to hear your feedback, and I'm sure you'll really enjoy the course. So thank you for watching the sneak peek, and get your course. Also enjoy, of course, the short and sweet. If you're doubting, that's also going to be a nice little free course for you. But I would like to say, of course, if you enjoy it, you should definitely check out the actual course, the lifetime repertoires, and yeah, I hope you'll find it worthwhile and you will enjoy it as well. So thank you for watching, and bye bye.
Hello everyone, and welcome to this short introduction to the Roy Lopez. So the Roy Lopez is a chess opening that appears after the move e4. Black replies e5. We play knight f3. Black replies knight c6. And now bishop to b5. This is the Roy Lopez. We intend to castle next, and we are building some initiative in the center later on by playing the move c3 and hopefully d4. It's a very solid and reliable opening. It has been played by basically all the world champions throughout the history of chess. It has been around for hundreds of years, and it can definitely last you a lifetime once you learn it. So I really recommend you all to try out the Roy Lopez.
All right, welcome to the course. This is my first course here on Chessable. My name is Sam Shankland, and we are looking at lifetime repertoires, the Semi-Slav. So before we get into the course, I just want to briefly introduce myself. I am a Grandmaster from the United States. I was the US champion in 2018. I have been well over 2,700, and I hope to be well over 2,700 again once this lockdown is over. But I wanted to show what this course is all about. So without further ado, let's get cracking. Here we have the lifetime repertoires, the Semi-Slav. Let's start with the introduction, just to show what I'm covering. But yeah, there is video here that where I explain everything that I go over. So the Semi-Slav would start with d4, d5, c4, c6, knight f3, knight f6, knight c3, and e6. Now, this course covers everything after d4 up through the Semi-Slav. So basically here after d4, while White's best chance to fight for an advantage is going to be c4 on the second move. He has other variations available to him, such as the London system or the Verisov or whatever else he might dream up on a given day. And this course covers all of that stuff. Let's take a look at how this course looks. So as you'll see, I've broke this down into various chapters, from early sidelines to the dreaded exchange Slav all throughout, and there's a lot of things you can study in them. So for example, I also want to mention why I did this course. Obviously, if I was said I didn't have any hope of making any money by publishing a course, I would be lying, and you would know I'd be lying, and I'm not going to insult your intelligence by making such a claim. But the bigger reason that I chose to make this course was that I wanted to study the Semi-Slav. It's the same reason I wrote my books, Small Steps 1 and 2. That's because they're on a topic that I was interested in and wanted to study myself. And when you have, actual due dates and people grinding you to get stuff done, it forces you to do that work, which I think was very valuable for me. And I've been playing this repertoire myself ever since this repertoire was published. And I've won some nice games. I had a fantastic game with Anton Korobov and one with Wesley So. So for example, here in the London system, what we'll see is I have an interesting recommendation based upon playing g6 in a critical position as opposed to playing e6. It's this variation here. So starting with d4, d5, bishop f4. So most London system players nowadays have figured out that the most accurate move order is to start with bishop f4 on the second move as opposed to knight f3. And I believe that black's best move order is to respond with c5. Following e3, knight c6. This is the main line of the modern London, knight f6, knight bd2. And in general in the London system, I'm recommending queen b6 at every single moment I can, and this position is no exception. Following queen b6, there's a very interesting line after dc5, queen b2, rook b1, queen c3, bishop b5. And at this point, as I wrote, almost every game is continued with e6, which probably will equalize, but I very much like the move g6. And the point is that black wants to get his bishop to g7. And once he goes bishop g7 in castles, I think that he has a very, very healthy position, and one that can go wrong for white very quickly. I played this exact variation against Wesley So in the Banter Blitz Cup, and in terms of online blitz play, he's approximately the second best player in the world. I mean, I don't know, maybe Hikaru's better on some day, maybe he'd be number 3, but for the most part, Wesley's like really, really, really good at online blitz, just only, I would say, only seriously behind Magnus, and I completely crushed it, thanks in no small part to the work I had done on this course. So again, it's sort of selfish to say, oh, I did this course for me, but while I'm hopeful that it helps a lot of people, the analysis, I think, is up to the standard that I would play it myself in my own games, and I have played it myself. And I think, and you see that I try to annotate this as to the best of my ability. So that's one spot where I got to use it in my own practice. If I were to show another line that's closer to the main line, would be in the delayed Moran with bishop e2. I dropped a fantastic novelty in this course, a new idea that I think also did a very good job against Dvorin Kolyasevich's repertoire on modern chess. So I did my best to annotate this stuff well. As you can see, I put my money where my mouth is, and I play my analysis in my own games, even in tournaments as important as the Olympiad or the online Olympiad. As well, I'd like to point out that I also included some annotated games with the goal of using them to explain how to handle various positions. So if I were to just choose one, let's take this one here. It's kind of random, and I write things like d takes c5 as per my recommendation. If you were to click on that, you would get to the relevant variation. Following bishop takes c5, queen d8, king d8. White's pawn on e4 makes his position a bit overextended already, and he will soon face concrete problems in keeping it alive. e5 is asking for trouble. Following knight g4, bishop g5 check, king e8, castle long. Just 13 moves into the game, white is busted. After knight d7, a disaster on f2 is unstoppable. This is one annotated game. There's a whole bunch of others. My goal is to illustrate the themes to the best of my ability. In any case, that'll do it for this Under the Hood. I really took a lot of pride in this work on the Semi-Slav, and as mentioned, I've been using it in my own practice. It's certainly been good enough for me. So thanks very much for watching, and happy studying.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
We're back. It's game 3 of the second set, and Pragnananda has hit out in game 2, 1.5-half. He leads. So if Ding wants to wrap this up in 4 games, wants to avoid a tiebreak, he has to win. He has to level things up. So we're going to be starting in a couple of minutes' time. Just let me mention, this is the Chessable Masters tournament supported by Chessable, the online learning platform, and there are some great courses there on sale, including Jan's course, 1e4, e5, a complete repertoire for black. Do check that out. It's reliable, so I'm told. And there's also something which is also reliable in its own special way, and that's my course on the Kalashnikov Sicilian. Depends how much jeopardy you like in your games, but that's also on sale as well, and many other courses too. We've just seen something from Sam Shankland, and do check out his course on the Slav. So Jan, I should mention just before we go back, our other partners, there's Airthings who monitor air quality. And also, there we go. Yeah, beautiful demonstration there. And we have chesschamps.io, where some NFTs are up for auction there, including the trophy, the winner's trophy in this tournament. Do check out the NFTs, chesschamps.io. So Jan, what's going to happen? Will that sting ding into action?
Good. The question is, even with the best intentions, can he get a position to play? Like the Semitarash looked very, very solid from Pragnanda. His English hasn't looked very convincing yesterday. So what else does Ding have up his sleeve? May we see nice little Nimzo? I'm not sure where he's going to go. The Catalan would also be an option. But it very much must come unexpectedly for Ding, who clearly was intending to play solidly and not give Prag any chances. But Prag has shown he can also win a technical game against him. I thought that the last game was very impressive. I mean, we wrote the script for Ding, saying, he's going to draw this and technically very good. But Prag ripped up the script and actually ground out a win in fine style in the end. So all credit to Prag. E4. Ding has chosen this line. This one, it keeps being around, which, it's not as easy as it looks for black, because it doesn't look like such a great position, frankly, with this weakness. But white has been trying to make something happen here, both with h3 and with a3. It's it's not an attempt to win in the opening. It's a let's play chess sort of situation. Black, if he wants to force the issue, can go bishop c5 when white would go knight takes e5. And all of a sudden, things become very move by move, very direct. But recently, black's been avoiding these positions and thinking this is a bit too much trouble. So Ding will get a chess game, not necessarily one where he's better, but he will once again try to out-understand Pragnananda. Not easy, as we've seen many a time in these games as well.
It's a Magnus favorite, isn't it? This line with e4. He's played it on quite a few occasions with some success, actually.
Any line with pawns on c4 and e4 or c5 and e5, Magnus usually on board with. He just loves weakening that d4 or d5 square.
Well, he likes these fixed pawn structures, doesn't he, basically?
I think he's a creature of habit. Once he's found a structure he likes, he will find many ways to go there, with white, with black. He's played them all. This one, obviously, different iterations of this one's, followed by e5. And with white, in the crucial game against Fabi in the 2018 knockouts, we had this big idea to try to get that structure by a different move order.
That's a very clever idea. And work to treat against Fabi in that playoff game. Whose idea was e4?
This is Fressinet, strangely.
Really?
Because we're not used. That was everyone's reaction. We're not used to him for anything clever, but that was him. Greetings.
Your fellow Chicken Chess podcast colleague.
This might be the biggest idea he's ever found, like 3 or 4.
Oh, nice.
I can't think of any. I should stop. He's a great.
That is a big wind up. but that's really interesting. That was his idea. I hadn't realized that.
Yeah. So bishop e2, intending to just play short castles and take it from there. Pragnanda probably will not take here deliberately. Usually even after a3, you're not sure if you take or you move the bishop away. So a6 logical to maybe give this bishop a nicer home on c5, because now after knight bishop c5, knight a4, you can keep the bishop. And quite often this bishop drops back voluntarily, bishop c5. And white decides if he wants to play this structure, which is another weird one after takes, or if he wants to try expanding here, which I don't think is considered to be so promising here. So I would guess bishop e3 happens. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, loads of ways that white can actually play this position. Going back to move 5, instead of h3, I mean, well, sometimes white just kicks the bishop.
Yeah, the main line here is a3.
Yeah.
And if bishop c5, b4, now there's bishop d4 or bishop b6. Stuff like this has been debated quite a bit recently as well. And even this is not so simple for black, surprisingly.
No, I've seen some very nice games from white, actually.
Yeah, up to Satarov beat Magnus here.
Yeah, I seem to remember a nice game from Nepo as well. But yeah, reasonably popular. And I kind of understand why white has gone for this, because it keeps so much tension in the position.
I have to say, I don't like this h6 rook e8 plan. In particular, rook e8, I don't see what it's doing. Because more often than not, you want to keep this option of going f5 in these structures one way or another. So first of all, he didn't go bishop c5 before white went bishop e3, which I didn't like, and now rook e8. I'm also not so sure. You're playing with fire, but even knight d5 could become a topic. I'm not sure if you do it directly. But he's gambling, or he might not be an expert in this line, because if white gets something like this, it can be easily better for white. So we'll see what he's up to. Maybe after knight d5, he wants to play bishop c5 now, which still looks solid. He's pushing a bit here. a3, of course, also still legal. Because now if takes, you really don't want the rook on e8. You want to move the knight and go f5. Looks like Ding so far chose wisely, but we've only just begun.
And he's also feeling his way through the position, which I guess you have to anyway. I mean, that's just the nature of the beast, isn't it?
It's taking a moment. Bunch of options. Rook e8, I guess, is directed against a potential d4, but there wasn't a threat yet. Anyway, let's see. Another plan, but I don't think this is the moment for it, is to move this knight away, try to put it here and go f4. But it feels like here black is kind of ready for this. Knight d4. Ding. Having a thought, rook e8, very unusual.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really not sure of the point of rook e8 at all. I mean, d4 is an unusual move in these kind of positions anyway. I mean, regardless of, I mean, obviously it sort of loses a pawn very quickly, but yeah, normally white is doing other stuff. So
yeah, you only want d4.
Yeah.
After this happens, but I guess his idea is to meet knight d5 with bishop c5. Then the position is still sort of normal.
a3 played.
a3 played, yeah, asking his bishop for a decision. I guess it goes here, like bishop c3 looks wrong now after rook e8. Yep, bishop c5 played. b4, yeah, now he's going for the structure, which was mentioned earlier. Well, once again, I'm not in love with the rook on e8. This is a weird structure because this bishop looks very passive. We're more used to this from Italians, where the bishop is here. But that bishop can also be neutralized more easily. While here white has a firm grip on the d5 square, he can go for a slow build-up. Rook f2, queen d2, rook f1, king h2. And then go knight d5 at an opportune moment. I never found it so simple for black. Black can choose not to go for it and play bishop a7 or bishop d4. But bishop d4 I also dislike.
As you mentioned earlier, it's very similar to these reversed Sicilian positions, actually, where the position gets very closed. But this one is like where white has gained, I don't know, it feels like about 4 tempi.
Yeah, it's like 7 tempi up compared to something like this. Black chose to play bishop e6 here. Black has already played a6, b5, knight f6 castles. And yeah, Prag understandably goes bishop a7. Not thrilled about this structure. But it's not easy for black to resolve this if white plays. I don't know what move. I guess that's the problem. Queen d2, queen c2.
Well, does he just want to plonk the knight in on d4 anyway after one of those moves?
Yeah.
Queen d2, knight d4.
Yeah. Never sure about these, but I guess this is a reasonable version for black with this bishop being an idiot here.
Yeah.
Could very well be. Yeah, queen d2 played. Let's see if knight d4 happens. White not forced to take, could also play bishop d1. But usually, I guess you take. No. I'm not sure if there's anything better than knight d5. The other squares don't look so tempting. I don't like the structure for black usually with this dead pawn here, blocking his own bishop. Okay. It's also not clear how white should coordinate.
Exactly, and the bishop on e2 is not a beautiful piece. I mean, if we could somehow switch it to either the a2 g8 diagonal, and I don't know if that's useful there. Maybe it just pops out on b3 and ends up on a4. I don't know, but or yeah, if we could play g3 and bishop g2 as well. But yeah, via f1. Yeah, for that reason, I think I might prefer just to play bishop d1 there, actually, just to wait before exchanging, and maybe the knight can drop back to e2.
Yeah,
after the exchange.
Ding agrees. I think that's the main point. You still want to take, but you want to go knight e2 and then put the bishop over here. It's more harmonious than having the knight on some random square. Well, knight f3, bishop f3, then d4 does become a topic again.
Definitely.
Yeah, I like this for white. Not sure what black does, but yeah, if you play a sort of normal move like this, this could be somewhat awkward.
Yeah, even those positions, not. I mean, I don't know whether c6 is necessary, but when black plays the pawn to c5, I know the bishop on a7 looks very strange, but I mean, I imagine it'll pop out at some point.
Yeah, usually black tries to create some tension here.
Exactly.
To help the guy. But this does look like a good version for white. Okay, c6 might not have been the best move, but
yeah, but I just mean in general.
Yeah.
Knight g3 and with
stuff.
Yeah. And then I'm not. Yeah, if b5, then the bishop certainly does come into play on b3, and then white can be very happy.
Yeah, good choice by Ding so far.
Just a bit easier for white to play than black, definitely.
Sure. And Pragnanda also taking his time, doesn't seem too familiar with it.
Yeah, it seems to be following the familiar pattern in these games of Ding gaining a time advantage from the opening. But then it all kinds of evens up. Okay.
Oh, he does take. Yeah. Curious what the follow-up is. If he wants to take now. Because if he allowed capturing this guy and d4 or the direct d4, it's not a fun structure for black.
No.
He can try to stop it by playing bishop e6 or some move, but eventually it will probably happen. But maybe that's the plan. Bishop e6. Keep pressure on this guy for now. And ask white to commit. Yeah, he's played bishop e6. Sensible. But white shouldn't be in a hurry. Put the rooks. And then see what the position gives him.
You don't think he wants to take on a7 and then just drop the bishop back to e2 and advance the f-pawn?
Also possible, yeah. No, I'm not sure.
Well, you're also, apart from the f-pawn, now that the c4 pawn is protected, you could also just play d4, which is a solid space advantage.
Yeah, no, I like it actually. I didn't think of this bishop e2. Yeah, it's very sensible. Preparing both pawn breaks. Black also has potential breaks, but they might not be in time after f4 or d4. Something like this. Yeah, here comes bishop a7 and bishop e2. You were right. A nice spot. Now this looks nice for white.
Yeah, particularly with the rook on a7, which if it's a slow burn, then of course the rook will come back into play. But it's just annoying. It takes a little bit of time just to come back.
Very unpleasant position.
Yeah. I wonder, do you have to play c5 actually, just to stop d4, and then after f4, well, you're going to have to take. I've just seen he's actually played a5.
e5, oh, yeah, that makes some sense. So makes a lot of sense to either get rid of the dumb rook or at least provoke b5, after which d4 now loses some of its allure, because this knight could then come to c5. But f4 is still there. I wonder if he wants to shuffle it around anyway.
Oh no, are we going to get a Geary Prague structure after f6?
Yeah, it's very scary.
Yeah, really. That was a really instructive game, actually, looking at the way to break through for white. I love that h4 move.
Yeah, that was nice. Prague's thinking. Goes rook a8 back, useful in any case, but not exactly committing to anything. Curious how he wants to meet f4. Yeah, f4 plate.
I think Ding is curious as well.
Because now there's no longer time for knight d7 as f5 would happen. So you might have to take, but that looks very unpleasant. Not even sure.
Yeah, take c6. Is it so bad?
Not a fan.
Maybe not so bad for maybe not so bad for black.
I start with c6. Not worried about f5.
Yeah, well, if this queen sort of drifts into the middle, maybe.
Yeah, I'm always curious about those. If white just has time for the very slow build-up, or if black can throw the position wide open. Like this, yeah, queen to d4 and try to annoy.
I don't think you're going to trap it there.
No, Ding plays much more sensibly. Goes king h2, keeps his options open.
Definitely.
Saying cb knight b5 doesn't bother me. And after f4, d5 shouldn't work just yet.
Yeah, I mean, after all, you can just play with the rook b1 in this position as well. Which looks very sensible.
put some pressure, make black go c5, and then we start thinking about.
Oh, then we rev up. Yeah. Okay, still looks very pleasant for white.
There's also the nature of play that I think Ding has been going for, like no crazy tactics, but structures where he feels like he might have a better understanding. Easier said than done to get those, but he's chosen wisely here. So for bishop d7, yeah, maybe just rook b1.
Yeah, I think I might rook b1. Just keep it up, keep the tension and discouraging queen b6. Okay, he's gone a4, but similar kind of thing.
Yeah, slightly different though. I think I prefer rook b1 because then you also still have this square for the knight if you ever need it. But now the structure is very, very fixed. Rook c8. But probably Ding thinks he might use this rook on the king side. He doesn't want it to chill here.
Still looks reasonable. I mean, I keep thinking that black is, perhaps going to play queen b6, but actually, in this specific case, you can actually exchange on e5 and sack the exchange on f6, which I think is probably very strong. But anyway,
now's the time. But
now's the time. Yeah, rook f1.
This threat might still be there.
Yep. Looks like it there. Interesting that the eval bar isn't particularly impressed by white's position.
Well, I disliked rook f2 for some reason. Yeah. Not sure. I have one thought. Not a very smart thought, but is this a move now? Nice. Play queen b6. Rook a f1. Now everything is falls back into place for Ding. Because I think this exchange sacrifice is very much a threat.
Definitely, yeah. Yeah, not so pleasant for black.
Maybe queen d4 after all. Yep, here comes the queen.
Okay, so it's kind of an invitation. Oh, okay, after taking on e5, are you going to play queen takes check? Is that the thing?
Thought it could be an option, at least king h1. Still don't really see what's next. Maybe back. No, this is still scary. I was going to say d5, but even then,
yeah, because
even then takes. Does look scary. No, cd.
We've seen Prag be pretty cold-blooded in these positions where he's defending. Might not be the end of the world, actually.
No, but unpleasant it is. Yeah. White is also not forced to do anything too fancy. Can also go bishop d1, knight e2, see if that knight finds a juicier square here, after which, of course, exchange sacrifices become even stronger if the knight can jump.
But maybe the king is just on the wrong square at the moment, so that here, yeah, is d5 possible?
Knight e2, is there knight takes e4 or some fancy tactic?
Yeah, knight e4. Knight d4, knight d2 looks good for black. The rook is hanging with check. Yeah, he's gone bishop d1. Okay, d5 critical. Maybe that king should have just gone to h1.
Oh, hang on. Knight e2, knight e4. We can sidestep, right?
Ah, okay.
Oh no. Oh, yes. Keep changing my mind because I just spotted queen f2.
But I guess the knight is trapped.
Yeah, but so is the bishop.
So maybe possible. Yeah. He's gone d5.
Here we go. Any better squares? Queen e1.
He hasn't played knight e2 yet, has he?
No.
No.
This is the position. Well, if there's nothing direct, then now he's playing, well, it's also his own territory, but he's back on Prag's territory, where it's more about tactics and not about structural understanding.
How's Ding looking?
Calculating.
I'm guessing he's a bit upset by that one.
Yeah, maybe he thought 92 was good and now spotted this. Pragnananda back in business. You can see the eyes are there scanning the chessboard. Looks wide awake now.
Yeah, definitely.
We should also mention if he wins this one, there won't be a game 4. Then it's straight to tiebreaks.
That's true. And the tiebreaks, yeah, two blitz games, 2 5-minute games.
I think it's same old, yeah. 2 5 plus 3 games, and then in case of 1-1 in Armageddon.
I want to see it.
Ding. Lost in thought here.
We just go back a couple of moves. Maybe just Ding was just a bit too slow somewhere.
Yeah, first of all, as mentioned, I like this rook b1. Also stops all kinds of queen b6 because then bc is there. But here, let me just check what our dear friends say.
Yeah, wants to take on e5.
Wants to take here, queen takes, and very computerish. Step into the pin. Says d4, wants to cover this. Black has to go c5, and here he's happy. Understandably, rook f6 still looming. And the knight gets reshuffled. So after bishop d1, d5. Yeah, it's a mess now. It says, this is smarter. It says take first, now go knight e2. So knight e4 doesn't take a pawn. And then it wants to play some endgame, which makes sense. Take here. And we actually won one. And this is what Ding does.
He's pretty good. He's pretty good. But even that endgame, somehow, with Black's rooks being able to land on the c3 and e3 squares, one feels that Black should be all right there.
I don't know. It's a pawn.
Yeah, you're not impressed.
Might be the best Black has, but I'm not sure if it's all right.
F5 with the idea of rook f4.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a strange idea.
Okay, 3, and now we spend a tempo on some passive move. Try to get this. That's rook e5.
Yeah, rook e5, yeah.
Too slow.
Not so bad. But and going back, it's curious. This move king h2, obviously to step out of the a7 g1 diagonal, and it feels natural to sort of cover the g3 square. However, maybe king h1 would have been a better alternative, because that way you don't run into any of those checks on e5.
Yeah, but it's such impossible choices depending how the game goes. No, like
absolutely.
After king h1, there's a line where knight g3 is checked. Yeah, you kick yourself for it. Yeah, I also wasn't sure. But... knight e4 on the board.
No, I mean, obviously this is all Captain Hindsight stuff,
It's my favorite superhero, Captain Hindsight. See the future after it happened. Are you into superheroes? Do you go watch your Thor movies?
Absolutely not.
That was my guess.
How about you?
I've seen them all, but I don't enjoy them. Like, I always think I must watch this. I trick myself. I see the reviews. Wow, it has 94% on Rotten Tomatoes. And this is like the 3 days of the Condor of superhero movies. And then you see the men in tights, CGI fighting each other again. And I think, what am I doing with my life? But yeah, I have seen them all. I will keep falling for the advertising.
I occasionally get dragged to them with the kids, and I always regret it. And they just see me sitting there with a sour face, and no one's happy, so I just don't go anymore. Basically, it's just the best thing for it.
Some are good though, like Thor Ragnarok is an excellent movie.
Okay.
Or Guardians of the Galaxy, I enjoyed.
Actually,
usually it's not that bad.
I actually enjoyed Guardians of the Galaxy. There you
go.
That's the one I really did enjoy. Had a good soundtrack.
Yeah. When he pops on in his, what is it, his Walkman? 94. I guess Ding is considering Queen C2. These positions as well, but they look fine for black. Black is so active, we'll grab the bishop.
Rooks are good. Okay, so let's look at this endgame again.
Yep. Takes. Guess we gotta take. I'm not sure if you could make a case, but no, it's gotta take the pawn.
Doesn't look like it, because you can black can even chop the bishops if you want to. Yeah, it's nothing.
Oh, he's played Queen C2. Interesting.
Ooh.
Didn't like the endgame. Is going for the Queen versus 2 rooks position. Knight C3. Guess you takes, or is there some trickery here? Ah, yeah, that's his point. 95. The knight remains trapped. But is white better?
Yeah, that's kind of surprising. Do you take on f4? Do you play bishop e6 for? I'm looking at bishop e6. Knight. Yeah, bishop e6.
Oops, very logical here. Takes. Get rid of this one. Take.
Well, that feels absolutely fine for black. So maybe you have to move the knight somewhere instead, if it's possible.
But then the horsey is still around.
The horsey comes out. Yeah, then bishop e6 looks good.
Agreed. No, strange choice by Ding. Okay, probably didn't think there was enough in this endgame. Or he was so pleased with having this knight trapped here.
Oh, after bishop e6, there's also knight b6 actually.
Yeah, I saw that, but I thought it's playing with fire.
Take on c8.
Well, maybe this is a way to keep the game going at least. I don't know who's better and why. I would guess it's black actually, but
take on f4. Take on f4.
Keep the horsey around.
Yeah, black's pieces are protected. Oh, queens are dangerous. Queen f2 and queen b6.
Yeah. No, this is on the board. Also, Ding, it's close to a must-win game. So he's trying to mix it. And queen d1, bishop d5. You might also just lose after. Queen d1, bishop d5. 2 rooks can just take all your pawns. So he's doing this. Knight b6. Knight e3 looks logical.
Yeah, I'll repeat all those moves. Still tricky. Queen f2, I think, because I wanted to go into b6 if possible.
No, it looked logical what we did. No, takes.
Yeah, okay. Take the rook and queen back to f2.
Maybe bishop.
Oh, bishop takes. Okay.
I don't know if that's better, but just to keep an eye on this.
Yeah. I don't know. Do we want to push the knight first, or do we go in with the queen c7? I'm not sure which is better.
Neither. Knight somewhere. What is this?
Scary. d4.
Well, these pawns might win.
Yeah. Really interesting.
And e takes a4 is on the board, so let's stick with the action.
6:20 against 2 minutes for Pragg. Pressure on, but so far, Pragg, when the time has ticked down, he hasn't panicked in any way at all. He's handled his clock extremely well, I have to say.
He's panic-free since '93. When was he born? He was probably born in like 2005, so that doesn't add up. 2006?
I don't know, he's 16, isn't he? Don't know.
Yeah.
It's very interested now. So do you take first or do you whip the rook off?
Need no, can take first. Unless you're worried about something like this. But I guess you're not.
Yeah, I would.
Could be.
Yeah, could be. Once the bishop takes, I mean, that's the rooks get in very quickly, don't they, actually? Yeah, I guess he's got to take on c8 first. Yeah, that's looks a bit scary for white.
So we're being informed. Pragnanda was born in 2005. Gukesh 2006. Nihal 2004. Wow, Nihal is years and years older at this point. And Erigaisi 2003.
That's
so they all have their own year.
That's a straight flush.
Yeah, he does take, doesn't want any of this other stuff. Fun position. Also, yeah, I think your instincts were right. I thought the three pieces have to be good, but if the queen manages to grab something and these pawns could start running, this could also just lose for black. So it's a better shot for Ding than I thought.
Well, he basically chose this over the endgame.
Yeah.
Obviously, didn't consider his endgame advantage was sufficient to produce anything interesting. Rook takes. Oh, is he going to take on c4?
Takes, knight c2.
Yeah. I thought for a moment he was going to do something else. Anyway, knight c2. All right, so
the good thing about this is now d4 is not happening anytime soon.
Yeah.
So let's look at this. Try to chase some pawns. Guess takes, and run.
Run, rabbit, run.
Yeah. It's a fast runner.
Yeah, it is. But can he just give up the knight for the pawn? Yeah, maybe that's the way he's going to do it. Whip that off as quickly as possible.
This is fine, yeah.
More than fine. Black better? Black's better there.
I would guess the queen holds, but yeah, black's very stable. G6, and once the pawn
rook a2, you push the pawn.
Yep.
I'm not sure, actually. I think that might actually just be winning for black.
Could very well be.
Yeah, it's a completely stable position.
So how did we get here? By making somewhat random moves, but not really. Queen f2, queen b6 looked normal.
Unless you take on a5 first, can you do that instead? Does that make a difference?
Don't know. Feels like black should be in time to deal with these as well.
Yeah.
Oh no, here's queen d8. Apologies.
Oh, okay.
So bishop takes.
Okay, queen b6. Yeah, feels like black is absolutely fine there.
This is good.
Yeah, more than fine.
So Ding plays a better move. Queen e4 takes the pawn. Now this guy is still alive, and he can go hunting with queen b7 maybe. Is that the better version? Queen b7 is on the board.
Could be. There's he's taking all the pawns. Might get, if he can get two at the end of it, or even just push one and force black to give up the piece. That's definite improvement, and then it will be a draw.
Looking at c5 for some reason, but I'm not sure it does anything really. Takes, takes, takes. Bishop takes.
Push straight away, b6.
And run. A b6, knight c5, we get to block them, no? Like bishop a6.
Yeah, that would be nice. Yeah, very stable. Okay, so not b6.
Must find some way to keep these pieces busy. I don't know, queen c3 or queen a7.
Queen a6 also.
Yeah.
Don't know.
It's on the board, by the way. Knight b4, queen b6, knight d3, queen a5. Yeah, we can't take with the rook because of queen d8 is earlier. So bishop takes, and then
a little bit scary when you don't have a lot of time and you need to maintain your coordination with the pieces all the time.
Yeah, it's easy to blunder something. He's gone bishop c4, which apparently is not a move the computers love. Maybe this isn't this maybe clever?
Okay, so stopping the knight coming back, basically.
Trying to, yeah.
Yeah. Knight f4 too slow. I mean, it's a loose piece anyway. b6.
Yeah, I was wondering about this. b6, bishop a6.
Is there a hit?
Trying to find some way through.
Yeah, and then queen a7 afterwards. Queen a5, bishop b7, queen a7. Now,
if another pawn survives, this could win for white, or should actually. No idea how we got here. After queen a5, there was rook a8 when I hadn't seen trick just yet.
Queen c3.
Queen c3 on the board, yeah, that felt right. Not a fun position to calculate on 30 seconds, yeah, because usually you have to like calculate these 5 move lines and make sure none of your pieces are hanging.
g6 played, the eval bar.
g6 looks slow.
Edge is a little bit more in favor of white, apparently. Nobody knows why, but...
Well, the a-pawn can edge forward, no? Oh, and just as I say it, of course, the eval bar drops. That looked natural enough.
Like I said, nobody knows why.
It's a very computerish position. The
Yeah,
computer with a queen just destroys you. But a5 apparently was a mistake. Rook c5. Now the rook is covered and these pawns are being blocked. b6, bishop a6, and black regains some stability. I think a5 here might have been a blunder. Let's briefly ask our dear friend here. Queen d4, and white is seriously better. Because this knight doesn't have a way back home. Then they start running. Well, a5, rook c5. Only good move. Kudos to Pragnanda.
Yeah,
black is just fine.
That's a fantastic move to play when you're short of time. Brilliant spot. b6 played. So basically, I guess the computer is just saying, well, you can't lift the blockade, or maybe you win one piece, but that's not enough.
Yeah, in general, when black can give bishop or knight for both the pawns, then he should just be fine, right?
Yeah.
Queen d4, what's going on now? This point is rook a5, b7.
b7, yeah.
Takes and check. Cunning. But
Tricky. Prag down to 20 seconds. How's he looking? Big focus. This is scary.
Rook c2 played. Yeah, he's good. b7 now. There's bishop b7, queen d3, rook g2. Can't trick Prague.
Counterattack. Bishop b7. What do? Do you play h4?
Sad. h4, knight e1. I start worrying about getting checkmate. Queen e4. That's a nice move.
Yes.
Also pinning this knight somewhat.
Threatening queen a8.
But Prague, once again, not rattled. Goes back home. Saying, now I'll keep your pawns in check.
Yeah, but can you play b7, rook b8, queen c6, bishop b7, and then queen c7 at the end of it? What's that?
Depends if you win more material. No, like
Okay, so it's just a draw, basically.
I don't know if there's any trickery. Check.
Yeah.
Maybe there's not, but it feels close.
Incredible, very, very close. Yeah.
But Queen D8, yeah, I think we're getting somewhere.
And how's that position? If
Good
you
win.
if you give the knight there, rook and 3 against queen and 2, what's going on there?
Is this a fortress? Probably not.
You think not?
I would think not, but I'm never sure.
No. We're back to our end games again. Why don't we know this? I don't know.
No, I'm sure this is a position that will be in some books. Could be that it is fortress.
What have we got? We've got. I played knight b4 instead.
Yeah, sorry. Let's go back to the game.
Well, he actually played this, but instead he played knight b4 instead.
Yeah. Refuses to give up any material. Maybe just good, no?
Oh, okay. So he's just going to take on b7 with a rook, and everything's protected. Okay, what's the story? What are we missing? Maybe not missing anything. Prague. Wow.
So how does white survive?
I know, that's what I'm thinking.
Queen c1. Okay, that's
he
not
wants
the move you want to play.
Really?
Sorry, I'm too slow for this. Apparently this still holds. But why? I do not know. King g1 and computer saying, I have a queen. Good luck, sir.
Okay, go on. So let's.
Yeah. So queen c1. Yeah, Prague with no time whatsoever. Coordinate his pieces beautifully, just not only stopping these pawns, but even picking one
What's
of them up.
Ding done? Ding's hit the hyperspace button. He's gone g4 and h4. He just
Trying
wants
to create counterplay while black is still busy here.
Oh, this is. Oh my goodness. I mean, this feels desperate. I mean, the eval bar still seems to think that white is okay, but it just
That'd be brilliant. Yeah.
Feels very random. Feels desperate.
It's probably brilliant though. Before black stabilizes, he's trying to open up the king, or at least get one more attacker here. Still, yeah. Does look like you acknowledge you lost and you throw one last lucky punch. But
so what's he doing? Is he queen g5 or?
I don't get it. Yeah, queen g5 played.
Wow. So problem is that black seems to have
oh, it's perpetual, yeah. Queen e7. Ah no.
Rook h5. Whoop.
Maybe still a perpetual. Queen e7.
Oh, queen f8.
Queen f8, but not a trivial one.
No. Queen d8.
Just keep giving checks, see what happens.
Tell you what happens, the black king marches all the way to a4.
Yep. Well, we have more checks then. Yeah, no clue. It's on the verge. Let's see what Prague is up to. Certainly not going for a draw here. He's saying, no, let's finish this. Right here and now.
So
who needs a game 4?
We might have to reach for our copy of pawnless endgames that you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, still 3 pawns to go.
Sure, we shouldn't have dissed it though. What's the theory? Queen against rook and bishop and knight. What's that?
Has to be a dead draw now, unless you get mated by some direct sequence. But
would have thought it's a draw.
Yeah, but I don't know. I've never thought about it, but it must be a draw now.
Yeah.
Because we all know you can always give the queen for the rook, because no one knows how to mate with bishop and knight anyway. I'm kidding.
So
can mate with bishop knight.
Prag gained a little bit of time by repeating, but now the king steps up.
Apparently it's a computer draw, but it looks more lost than drawn.
Do you start with king g3 to keep the king in a box?
That's my king in a box. Possibly.
Could be the way to do it. He hasn't. He's played queen e7.
Yeah, I'm struggling to keep all the pieces together, but I guess if black does, then yeah, he could also just win here once the knight shows up.
He's played the check. Oh, Prag down to the wire there.
3 seconds.
Oh, okay, so maybe basically he's just going to pick up all the pawns if the king runs.
Ah, that's his point.
So that's the thing. He doesn't need to just check randomly.
He's read his secret of pawnless endgames.
Yes.
Queen f6 and if rook f5, queen d4.
Well, yeah, the knight is hanging. Okay, so this could be absolute genius from Ding to play g4 and h4.
It showed good sense of urgency, but
yeah,
also felt very random, I'll admit.
Okay, so take g3. Yeah, nice.
Here comes the king, using this very moment where the knight can't move because the bishop is on prise.
Okay, so g5. Okay, that holds that pawn.
Yep, played.
Yeah.
It is amazing how good these guys are with seconds on the clock. It's really mind-boggling. They just don't blunder anymore. Like modern players, they don't hang pieces like ever.
Okay, this one could run and run. The king
Still looks
coming
like
around.
black is winning, no? Like with this pawn now firmly protected.
If the king gets to a4, then that will free the bishop, which could come back to check, and then the pawn could push to g4.
Yeah, the problem is we just keep checking the king on a4, no? But
do this. Oh, we can do this.
Yeah.
Okay. So king
here,
you block with the knight.
Yeah, but
we can't block. Yeah,
you give checks on the diagonals if needed, so
yes.
You can't block. I guess it's a perpetual.
Yes, it's interesting that it's one of those situations where the queen can just check round, and the pieces can't block. Or can it? Looking for knight c2. But that's when it starts getting scary. Once black loses the bunch, the clump of pieces, and suddenly you have to look for a new.
I guess you could look for new trickery over here. But yeah, Prag is relentless. He's like the T-1000. He just keeps coming and coming.
The T-1000. I missed that one. Is that another superhero film?
No, that's Terminator 2. As the good guy,
yes, right.
Schwarzenegger, he's the T-800. And the T-1000 is, what's his name? Jason Patrick. I try to look like Jason Patrick. He's my idol. He's so determined, tenacious, just keeps going for his goal. He's the T-1000. Queen D1 check.
Okay. I'm glad you're filling me in on the cultural references, because I'm afraid they just go whoosh. I think I have seen those films, but
what's his name? It's Robert Patrick, right? I always mix up my Patricks.
I'm sorry, the films made very little impression on me.
Terminator 2? It's a classic. Hasta la vista, baby.
I've seen it. I can't remember it at all. I'm serious. Brad coming back.
Shocking. Robert Patrick, yeah. Apologies. Jason Patrick is a different guy. King D4. Where's Prague going?
I think we're heading for a draw, or he's going around in circles a couple of times. Oh, he's still looking to block. Now, what's knight D3? Here we go. Is he going to do it? No. He's going to play a few more moves, gain a little bit of time.
Yeah, but looks like there's nowhere to hide.
But he couldn't have tried knight d3. I mean, that's when it gets scary, of course. Maybe the queen is just going to c6, and that's the problem.
Oh, what's this?
Yeah, okay, that one immediately. That's an issue.
Oh, now we have the John Nunn position.
Oh, we do. There we go.
He didn't giving checks. He took.
Fantastic. There we go.
On the day where you mock secrets of pawnless endgames, it's the one day where you could use a copy.
It was always going to come back to bite you, Jan, I'm afraid.
Queen e3 check. Is this a simple draw? I don't know, actually.
I have a vague recollection that even 2 rooks and the bishop against the queen is actually a draw for the queen, which sounds very unlikely, but someone told me that once. But anyway, that might be pre-computer. It sounds very unlikely, doesn't it?
Sounds surprising, yeah.
But yeah, but rook and bishop and knight, that has to be a draw.
I would guess so, but I'm not sure how easy it is. Like, it's a serious attacking force if it ever gets coordinated, no? It just probably doesn't, because the queen keeps asking questions. I don't know. The chat wants to know, what is your favorite movie? My best guess is not Terminator 1.
Actually, no. I have a few. I find it difficult to narrow
It's a
down.
strange question, right? Because there are movies one likes, and to name one is always tough. But give us an example.
Different genre as well. I actually really like Hitchcock films.
Are you a Vertigo guy?
I really like Vertigo.
I never got it. So many people have it so high on their lists. I don't understand why. I enjoy Hitchcock movies, but why Vertigo?
I think it's really good. I really enjoy it. Maybe not my favorite. I like Strangers on a Train.
That's a good one. Yeah, that one I like.
I like that. But sort of coming more up to date. For sentimental reasons, I really like The Sure Thing, which is a very naff rom-com, but it's sentimental reasons.
Never heard of it.
It's with John Cusack, a young John Cusack, and the script is just absolutely bang on. It's very silly, and I like it. And another one which is kind of charming is Local Hero. Do you know Local Hero?
I don't know any Local Hero.
Set in Scotland, the Scottish director Bill Forsyth.
Don't know Bill Forsyth.
Just a really charming film, set in a fishing village in Scotland. Reminds me of the west coast of Ireland. It's very, very nice.
There you go, chat. We got some movie tips we haven't seen.
Yeah, but I mean, when you say, do I have a favorite film? I'm kind of plucking those out of the air.
Sure.
Off the top of my head. I mean, I like classic Casablanca. I love,
Yeah. Well, I was sick when he lost that match to Ayer.
Exactly.
Queen e4. King e4. The queen, seems to have no particular troubles giving checks. But there's always the odd Gegenschach that he could miss. Ding is so good, though, like pinning the knight. He seems very alert.
Yeah, but it's going to get some moment soon, isn't it? Where suddenly black will be pushing the king to the edge, and then let's see. In fact, we're almost there, aren't we? Rook g6 check. I've sort of lost track of my orientation. That puts the king to the edge if you want to get it there. Maybe not straight away.
Still scary.
Yeah, still.
Wow, people in chat are saying they've seen all these movies.
Really? Even
Local Hero.
Local Hero. Yeah, beautiful film. It's kind of early 80s. It's charming film. Very gentle humor. It's really lovely.
Beautiful.
And a good soundtrack, actually. Mark Knopfler did compose some of the music for it, or the soundtrack. Very nice.
I have heard of the Dire Straits.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't particularly a Dire Straits fan, but actually, he did a really good job on the soundtrack.
Nice. Yeah. My favorite John Cusack movie is Con Air, in case you wonder.
Con Air. You know, I haven't
I'm
seen
teasing.
it.
I wouldn't think. Yeah, it's an action-heavy movie, I would say.
But he kind of has charm.
Yeah. He's also, what's his first movie where he's a teenager who's aspiring to be a kickboxer and he dates this girl that's out of his league and it has this great party scene. It's also a very cute movie. What's it called?
Oh, okay, I haven't seen that. I can imagine that would be good.
Chad, you should know these things. The Grifters? No, that's not what it's called.
Ding is still pinning.
Yeah.
Pin and ding. That's the way to go here, just to make life as difficult as possible for the black pieces. And well, the eval bar.
Oh, sorry. Something's happening here. Well, I'm researching.
It's solidly fixed at 50%, and that's our guesses.
Say anything. That's the one.
Say anything.
It's a good movie.
Okay, I'll check it out.
Also very, very gentle, cute. So there's nothing to do here, even with the king on h4, yeah?
He knows the second rank defense, clearly.
Queen just too strong. Keeping the king on dark squares, pinning the knight. Seems like there's not much to do.
Remember, folks, Prague is 1 up already. It's 1.5. If this is a draw, then Ding will be in a must-win situation. And Prague will only need a draw to take the set, in which case we will go to a tiebreak. So stick around. We've got another game after this.
Probably,
yes.
There's certainly going to be a game. We just don't know the time control. Like Queen 7 check, King D3. Prague keeps trying, but there are too many squares.
Okay, he's going to have to reset after this.
Bad Guy Hood is saying best to Hitchcock, Rear Window, and Rebecca. I wouldn't have Rebecca in the top 2, but it depends on your taste. I enjoy Rear Window. I also like Psycho.
Psycho is absolutely brilliant. It's just that not a film that, I mean, of course, I've seen it a few times and I think it's sensational.
Yes.
But
such an achievement. It's not the typical Hitchcock style, maybe, but yeah.
No,
I love it.
Brilliant. I mean, I like North by Northwest. It's kind of a vehicle for Cary Grant, but it's brilliantly done. Very, very nice humor in it.
Yeah, but that's more of a movie star piece than.
Absolutely. Yeah. Like I said, it's a vehicle for Cary Grant, but it's still a great, brilliantly done, actually. We seem to be going around in circles.
Yeah. Speaking about all these movies, apologies, we'll get right back to chess, but Ray Liotta died in his sleep at only 67 last night. I just read in the break.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, he's such a big part of my movie youth, like Goodfellas, Henry Hill.
Yeah.
So it's shocking to see him die. So
I didn't realize that. Oh, sad.
Very sad.
Favorite film, Jan? While we're on the subject.
Yeah, I also struggle giving one answer. Like I've watched The Godfather 1 and 2 like 15 times, and I could just keep watching them. I'd love to see them now.
Yeah,
I think they're the best movies. It's just a boring answer because they're on top of everybody's list, but they're great.
But of course, classics. I watched them recently, actually, fairly recently. Brilliant.
Now, if you want a more offbeat answer, I really enjoy Starship Troopers. I like this guy, Verhoeven. It's not everybody's cup of tea, but I'm a big fan. So Starship Troopers, I really enjoy.
Okay. Paul, is it Paul Verhoeven?
Yeah.
Yeah, as in RoboCop.
Yeah, RoboCop, Basic Instinct. He's a slightly nutty Dutch director, but he usually has a message, and yeah, I'm a big fan.
I don't think Prague is getting very far. How many moves have we played? We need
it's only move 101.
We need to consult the 50 move rule. When did we start this epic? 71? How are we doing for moves?
We took a pawn here. This was move 70. Yeah, 71. Still 20 moves to go.
Okay. So far, I wouldn't say that Ding has struggled to. Oh, okay, there he's practiced just repeated. Yeah,
He's had enough.
He basically wasn't making any progress there. So yeah, fair enough.
Do you see Ding? He doesn't switch off his camera. He has like a little sheet of paper he hangs in front of it.
Nice.
That's smart.
Kind of low tech, but pretty certain. Yeah. So there we go. Let's look at the scores. So after 3 games, Praggnanandhaa is still 1 up, 1 to the good. That means that Ding is in a must-win situation in game 4. If Pragg manages to draw or win, he wins the set, and then we'll go into a tiebreak. So we'll be back in around about 12, 13 minutes for the big game 4. See you then. It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Hi there, it's me, John Chess, inventor of chess. And are you sick of sucking at chess? Well, lucky for you, I have also invented aim chess. Look at this chess puzzle. Did you solve it? Of course not, that's because you're not using Aim Chess. Aim Chess is a digital chess trainer that helps you improve by creating unique lessons based on your recent games. Just link your chess.com, Chess, or Chess24 account and feel that brain wrinkle. Yeah, see, you shouldn't have blundered your queen just there. Now I know! Thanks, Aim Chess. Now all that's left to figure out is how that funny horse moves. They even got acquired by that one chess player other than Hikaru, so you know it's good. Hi, it's me, that guy I just mentioned, and I am the best chess man in the world. But thanks to Aim Chess, I also have a girlfriend now as well. This could be you! Personalized training, game reports and analysis disease, study plans, thick, luscious hair, intuition builder, all this and more available on Aim Chess.
Hello?
Courtney, did you know that Aim Chess users improve their ratings 43% faster than average?
What?
So what are you waiting for? Join Aim Chess today. Links will be somewhere, probably. I don't know, I just made the video. Aim Chess. Sign up now and get 50k silver and 2 free months off your VPN. Now that's what I call a Queen's Gambit. That's so fucking dumb. Aim Chess. For when you aim to chess. That's their slogan. It's what they say. Ready, aim, chess. That's another. It's... Look, just sign up for Aim Chess, okay? Just, come on, literally, why not? Alright, just stop being a dick for like 5 seconds and just go, alright? Jesus Christ.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. Oh, what are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
So that I give him up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Welcome everybody.
My name is Jan Nepomniachtchi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special
Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Gains that confidence, plays a few good events, stops looking inwards into his own insecurities.
I like the no expectation part, so like that's something that has gotten better because sure, it's like not my full-time job.
It's definitely good for chess in India, and now there is Olympiad also, so there'll be more people following and taking up chess as professional sport.
Yeah.
And it's surprisingly concrete still, no? Like,
Yeah.
E takes d4, good move, because d takes d4, d takes d5.
This line was essential and forced, but also not rocket science to map out.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with AirThings.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Seriously? Checkmate! Aim Chess is an intelligent system that analyzes your game, prevents mistakes, and develops recommendations for improving your skill. Phew!
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things.
It's game 4 of the second set. Prag is leading. So that means Ding is in a must-win situation if he wants to save this set. And that means he would actually win the match. Prag just needs a draw, in which case he would win the set, and we go into a tiebreak. Just very quickly before we start game 4, obviously the crunch game, but just picking up on some movies we were discussing, and I mentioned Local Hero, which was a film set in Scotland where Mark Knopfler, guitarist with Dire Straits, actually wrote the music for the film. And as Douglas Griffin has pointed out on Twitter, actually I did know this anyway, Mark Knopfler's father, who was a refugee from Hungary, Erwin Knopfler, or probably Erwin Knopfler, arrived in Glasgow in 1939 and was a runner-up in the Scottish Chess Championship of 1953. If you're on Twitter, do follow Douglas Griffin. He comes up with some very interesting historical stuff. He's a Russian speaker and translates a lot of old Soviet chess material. Absolutely fascinating stuff. So thank you, Douglas, for mentioning that. There we go, Mark Knopfler. I don't know if Mark himself is a chess player. I don't know. Have you heard that, Jan?
No, I had no idea about his dad or about Mark's chess prowess.
But yeah, I did know that his father was a very decent chess player. So we're waiting for game 4 to start. Ding will have black, and he's in a must-win situation if he wants to avoid that tiebreak.
Yeah.
We have the age-old question. How do you play for a win if your opponent plays a solid d4? King's Indian? Ding's Indian. Could be the moment, yeah.
That's what Anish Giri tweeted. He keeps stealing all my jokes. Anish, give me credit one time.
I like your
he probably thought of it himself. But yeah, the King's Indian would be a logical choice, especially given that Pragnanda in his previous must draw or draws enough situations hasn't really backed down from a principled fight. Let's see if this time he changes. He goes to knight f3, maybe already a sign that after g6, he's not intending to play c4 in the King's Indian mainline. Something more solid. Ding goes b6, odd choice. Trying to mix it, but white has so many solid options like g3, bishop g2. Surprising.
Not committing his center pawns.
No. And we'll just get a good old-fashioned Queen's Indian. Sometimes after g3 they take here, trying to spice it up a little bit, but it's a risky strategy. I know Ding goes c5, and d5 is principled, but then b5 maybe he's trying to spice it up. White can go bishop g2, c takes d, and castles, or queen takes d4. I don't think there's anything direct for black. But yeah, Ding is just trying to create some confusion.
Seems reasonable. c5.
Yeah, bishop g2 played. I don't think there's any drawback. Castling, but you would have to think about bishop takes f3 here. And knight to c6. You don't regain the pawn directly. Prague's not afraid. And Ding says, no, I was just kidding around. He wants to play good old-fashioned double fianchetto with g6. The main line here is queen takes d4, and then bishop g7, d6, knight bd7. We've seen something similar. I forgot in whose game it was. One of these days, I think Ding had white, and maybe it was against Sam. It was already pawn on b3. But the main line here is knight c3, followed by bishop e3. Black plays d6. Prague tends to be a mainline guy, no?
Seems to be. I never quite understood this system for black. I played it a couple of times and never felt really comfortable. I was always worried about the d5 square. I really like playing the hedgehog. Same pawn structure, except you put the pawns on e6 and d6, and well, with d5 covered, all is good. But this one I never quite got it, because there's always that possibility that white is going to land at some moment with a knight on d5, some inopportune moment. How about you, Jan? Have you played this with either color?
Nah, I want some pawns in the center. But yeah, it's a must-win situation. So different. There are no good answers. And Ding goes knight c6, bit of a sideline here. The standard setup is pawn to d6. When sometimes you see them going queen f4 and some queen b8, but is that a winning attempt? Probably has something in mind.
Well, maybe he's just discouraging the queen from going to h4 because...
Yeah, the standard thing is no h6.
Yeah, exactly. So in this case, because black hasn't castled, then it kind of discourages that.
Yeah, for sure. The argument is usually that the knight shouldn't be on c6 here, but on d7, so the bishop has a clear view. That's why you don't want to castle here, then queen h4 is dangerous. But they typically go d6, and after queen h4, you still have h6. And then both sides play this sort of game of chicken, who blinks first. And eventually, black usually castles after making all the useful moves. And game continues. I haven't looked at this in a while, if they keep waiting here with a6 or rook c5 or what the trendy stuff is. Knight c6 played. Pragnanda thinking.
So you're going to do queen d2 and b3? Is that what you do?
I would guess queen f4 is fairly normal. But, you know, he goes queen h4.
Okay.
h6 plate.
I'm afraid you need to teach him a few lessons in the Chicken Chess Club, because this doesn't look like a way to kind of calm the position down.
Also looks, I'm sure white is still fine, but now g5 is a threat, so you have to do something very directly. And he does, knight d5, rook c8. But once again, a dream situation when playing for a win with black. Like, white is already struggling to develop very concrete play here. Yeah. Playing for draws with white seems like it hasn't been big on the curriculum of becoming a fantastic player at age 16 yet.
Well, was it for any of us at the age of 16?
Oh, I was already chicken with 16 for
really?
Sure. Way earlier, yeah.
Really?
At 11, I was making draws.
What?
You gotta start early. It's a young man's game. The chicken, okay. Chicken chess. Rook c8. What's the move now? d1.
I suppose rook d1. Yeah.
I don't know how big a deal g5 is, but probably it's not a threat yet. Still, it's plenty to think about already.
I mean, I'm already looking at bonkers stuff for white, like g4.
It does look risky. And rook b1. Very calm. Might be a good move, just preparing b3. Still g5. Can't do it. Now the queen goes here. That's probably the point. And then he's in time to play b3.
Yeah, well, okay, this is much more sensible than lashing out with g4. My nonsense. Knight a5 played. Okay, also quite nice.
Yeah, asking white to please hand over a pawn. b3, you take this one. Knight f6, bishop f6.
So far, Ding's got to be pretty happy with this.
Yeah, can't go any better than this. I don't know if black is better, but it's a mess with chances, and white already has to make some precise moves. I don't know what the precise move is, to be honest. Knight e3 looks very clumsy.
Bishop e4.
Yeah, bishop e4.
Bishop e4. Whoa. g5. Thank you.
Yeah. It's not gonna end well.
Wow. Yeah, and again, the game seems to be following the standard pattern of Ding, playing an opening that seems to have caught out Prag a little bit, and suddenly he's got a 5-minute time advantage. Incredible.
Yeah.
Every game.
I know what white can do. I guess you give the pawn and argue. You have compensation with the king in the middle, but it's, once again, it's not exactly what you want in a must-draw situation or in a can-draw situation. Pragnanda holding his head. He does not seem thrilled with this course of events either. Ding is probably also thinking, it's 4 a.m. I can't be bothered to play 2 more tiebreak games. Let me get some sleep. Give me a pawn.
Yeah, and I think it's only 1 a.m. in Chennai.
Exactly.
Yeah. Just a reminder, the prize fund, $25,000 for first place, $15,000 for second place. It's not a bad payday.
No, a bit of a difference there, 10K.
Yeah.
Like
worth staying up for, maybe.
Worth staying up for, even another hour.
Yeah. And as you say, nothing good ever happens after 2 a.m.
Nope.
But maybe in this case, if Ding holds out.
This could be the first time ever.
Yeah, it could be.
I did stay up last night to watch basketball. Started at 2:30 a.m. The team I wanted to win won, so that was good.
Okay,
but I
good.
could still feel it when I woke up with my kids this morning. So I'm not sure it was worth watching it live.
You like to test the rules, test the German expression.
Yeah. Paying a steep price. What's the move? I don't see a move. I only see b3, which looks shaky, but can't think of anything better.
Maybe he's just got to do that and then, yeah, give this pawn on d5. So at least the bishop is kind of hanging. Maybe you just go bishop b2 in that situation. So b3, takes, bishop d5, bishop b2. And just for one moment, black's pieces are just slightly awkwardly placed. You know, after bishop b2, rook b2, you know, you hope that you can do something there.
Yeah, might not be worse for white, but still, if you need to win with black, starting with an extra pawn and in ultra solid pawn structure, it's not a bad place to be.
Yeah, I suppose e4, bishop e6, the bishop is just
Going
about
here.
okay. But I don't know, start with rook d1.
Yeah, I just want to go here anyway.
Yeah, pretty solid. Then put the king on g7. Yeah, not immediately clear what white is doing there.
No, maybe white can.
Knight g5.
Do
That's
something.
nice. Yeah. Forgot about that.
I also just spotted it.
Yeah, that's a good move. Yeah, okay.
Of course, black also has a choice here. Knight c6 wasn't forced at all.
True. By the way, he's played knight d2 instead of all this.
Whoa, he's trying to keep his pawn. I didn't see that option. It's very clumsy, but if it works, why not?
He does look very cack-handed. I mean,
can we take?
Oh,
I like pawns.
Me too.
What's the trick here, Prague? I don't see a trick. Already thinking about giving the queen, but it's not enough.
Shouldn't be.
Nah.
Wow.
Oh, chat is telling me knight c4, knight e7. That is nice. Knight d2, knight c8, knight b1, knight d6, and all the pieces. Stay alive. So Prague calculated this, or maybe missed knight c4. Those are the options. Oh yeah, that's beautiful. G2, knight c8, yeah. I have no clue who has more pieces at the end of these lines. Guess takes.
No, but queen c8 instead.
Queen c8 takes here.
Carlsen.
I'm struggling with the piece count.
Just castle here.
Castle and g5 even, yeah. But you can also, I guess, keep some more pieces with queen c6.
Oh, I didn't really think about that. Oh, hang on.
Castle.
Yeah, we've lost track completely. Black is a rook down.
That's too many pieces. Where did the rook go?
I don't know. Okay, but after knight d2, one doesn't have to get involved with this stuff.
Takes. There goes the rook again.
Yeah, but listen, instead of taking on c4, can we think of a normal move?
Oh yeah, for sure. I just thought knight c4 was picking up a pawn, but apparently it's not.
Okay, so e6 takes. How's that?
I don't know.
And White's pieces are a little bit bottled up.
Yeah, but if White stabilizes without losing stuff, he could be in pretty good shape.
Okay, take on g2.
Not sure how big an if that is. No, this looks fine, I think. 3, 94.
Yeah, I've got to move. Huh. Could be bishop g5, queen e5, bishop f6. It's not exactly what Ding wants.
Nope.
Yeah, maybe.
He's probably also trying to count the pieces here. Such a random line, but it seems to work for White.
Yeah, you can see Ding's gone into calculation mode. Head in hands.
Pragnanda as well. Yeah. He got into trouble, but he's so good that he can calculate his way out of it, apparently. Because Queen h4, 95, 92, Rook b1. It's all very random moves you don't want to have to play in a situation where it draws enough. But whatever works. Let's see what computers say. Yeah, e6 and rough equality. Knight c4, knight e7 is a bit better for White. Funny. So e6. Oh no, it dislikes whatever I was doing.
Yeah, why? I'm curious.
Oh, g5.
G5. Oh, interesting.
Now the pawn does drop.
I see. Okay, that's a different story.
So e6. Okay. It's random stuff. e6, b4. Computers are different.
Okay, turn it off quickly.
Yep. It's gone.
Prag, 7 minutes remaining. Ding, his time once again has dropped as well, and he's down to 10 minutes. So it's all evening up. It's following the usual pattern.
Make a move, Ding. Just castles. Long thought, and they just castles. I can take and take, no?
Yeah.
It was probably calculating every other move. Knight c4, e6. Thought, nah, nothing works. Let me just castle, and we take it from there.
Okay, knight f6, bishop f6, queen h6.
Yeah, why not?
Take on g2. I mean, you can get your pawn back, but big deal. Don't see what the issue is there.
Yeah, no. Black has a nice center, but the king is a bit weak. Knight f6 plate. Bishop takes. Yeah, this is about to happen. Knight takes c4. Knight e4 or knight f3, I guess.
Yeah, 94, I thought bishop g7, and then
go somewhere.
Yeah, are we worried about that? Maybe.
94 on the board. I guess he could play some move like d5 and take, but it's hard to believe Black can be better here.
Definitely not. No. Looks like that could be a lot of fun for White.
What else is there? Here. Don't really want to allow this. f6 is not the prettiest move I've ever seen. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe he's just underestimated knight e4.
Any other options? e5, knight g5 is not great. don't know, rook c6 maybe, but also looks highly artificial. And even if white takes, plays b3 or whatever, bishop g5, hard to believe this could be good for black.
Yeah, I mean, black could just be worse there. I mean, what happens if bishop g7, queen h4, and okay, the knight is going to live, if you allow the knight to live on g5 and you just go rook e8, yeah, d5 exactly. I was just wondering about this. Is this awful? Is this playable for black?
So it's fairly awful. Go here.
And bishop h6.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it doesn't look great, does it? There's also h4, h5. Think it's too much.
Well, okay. I mean, there are ways to try and play that, but I mean, I agree. It's not really ideal. So Ding looks like he's struggling to get a halfway decent position here. I mean, the first thing is he has to equalize, and it's not clear he's doing. He's gone queen c7.
Weird move, but we didn't see anything great. No, I think castles was maybe.
Yeah.
He did think for a long time, but making Prague's life somewhat easier. No.
I don't know why we can't just take. Yeah.
Take and go back. You know.
But I mean, we don't need to beg for an exchange of queens, do we? Can't we just take and play b3?
Sure. No, white is fine.
Yeah. I mean, when we say fine, we just mean, yeah, I mean, could well simply be better if black just plays inaccurately here.
Even if black plays accurately, white is probably better.
Prague down to just about 5.5 minutes, Ding 8 minutes, but as we've noted, he hasn't seemed to panic at all when he's sort of getting fairly short of time. It's taken everything in his stride. Very cool customer.
Thinking about it, I don't know. I would have already taken this bishop, but he probably has more ambitious ideas. I don't really see them though. Bishop g5. Yeah, no, he does take. And b3 indeed. No, white is just better now. This castles doesn't look like Ding found the way through that maze there. Queen b7 check. I don't know if f3 or king g1, maybe just king g1, so keep the king safe. Yeah, he goes king g1. Computer doesn't like it. Maybe that's because... Oh, is this a move? Doesn't happen. Oops, sorry. Knight back to e5. Should be 2 f3 look tempting once again. Once the knight is on e5 to restrict it.
I was also wondering about queen f4, just to stop queen e4 and to hit f6 and then go bishop b2. But anyway, he's gone bishop b2, rook c2, attacking e2, which is a slightly sensitive point in white's position.
He shouldn't go here because this will be unpleasant to meet. So I don't know, could take, but here At least 2 pawns are hanging, and there's some potential for black maybe, but he does take. Now I guess queen e3 back.
Yeah, queen e3.
Yeah.
Center pawns. A little glimmer of hope for black. Maybe queen e3. Go rook e8. And if we can get in d5, could be happy.
I guess white is fine because the king is always might miss this h7 pawn one day. There's some h4, h5, but yep. It's the best position Ding has had since he's castled.
But one always feels when it's just down to heavy piece position that the drawing chances just generally in the position just get higher.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like white is worse, but
shouldn't be.
At least there's some play left. Can Ding do it though? He looks tired, doesn't he? I'm just saying that because it's late there. But he also does look a little tired.
Yeah, maybe after rook e8, then Pragg goes into caveman mode and plays f4, because as you point out, without the h pawn, suddenly f4, f5 actually looks quite attractive, or even just opening up the f file with f takes e5.
Rook e8 is on the board.
Here we go.
Let's see.
Moment of truth, or is he going to do something sensible?
I would guess so. Yeah, he goes a4, keeps the a pawn. It's slow though. Allows d5. Queen a6. Ding is really focused on that pawn. But is this a great square for the queen? Rook e1. What's the point? Ding is tired.
So rook e1, d5. Is that the story?
Yeah, it's on the board.
The Valbar still isn't very impressed.
Nah, doesn't care. No, I guess you keep making normal moves. Rook c1. Black center looks nice, but it's hard to push it too far because then the king also gets exposed once we go f5. Pragg goes rook d1, saying, please blunder your d pawn.
Yeah, he's playing very sensibly, I have to say. No lashing out at all. No English f4. Huge disappointment.
Yeah. He's learned his lesson from this game against Giri, where he was also up 2-1 and then lost game number 4 in a crazy sharp King's Indian. Here he's trying to keep things under control. Although, I have to say he failed if we look at the position. After move 12, let's say. It's not exactly controlled, but he's so good that he can calculate his way out of it with non-standard stuff.
Yeah, did really well. And
here we are, queen d2, offering an exchange of queens. Not a lot of winning chances there.
No, I mean, in all seriousness, he's actually done really well to stabilize this one after the exchange of queens, and really there is absolutely nothing in this position. d4 will be met by e3, I guess, and yeah, we're heading for a draw very quickly there. Ding actually, he exchanged and took the c file, but I doubt very much whether it's going to make a huge difference.
Shouldn't. Well, it goes e3, rook d1, and targets this
solid.
guy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ding had no choice though after queen d2, queen a6, white goes b4, and This guy falls, so he had to exchange queens. The winning chances are limited. Guess he's hoping for rook ed1, d4. Now goes king g2. Doesn't want to bother thinking about e3, rook c1, I guess. Also good. d4, there's still e3.
Super solid. It's good. There we go, e3. Just make sure that these pawns aren't running, and doubling on the d file should do the job. The king is on e6.
Well, might get there, but
yeah, okay.
Then he goes rook b1 directly. I thought maybe you pushed the rook here first, but he directly looks for counterplay.
Very sensible.
Also fine, yeah.
Yeah. Before the king reaches e6 to stabilize, yeah, he's just creating another little target on b6. Yeah, excellent play by Prag. Very professionally hoovered.
Yep. Good timing, because now there's no rook c1 or something, as long as d5 is still hanging.
He's good.
No, there will be tie break.
Yeah.
Long night. Ding. Any hope? Nah, not really, is there? Thing is, Ding is mentally getting ready for tie breaks. I don't see any way this could go wrong.
Yeah, just his whole demeanor there looks like he's not seeing a lot of hope.
Yeah, it's nothing. Could start with this. Takes, and try rook c4, but you just never win. White has a million options on every move.
Yeah. So tie breaks, 2 5-minute games to start with, 2 5-minute games, 10 seconds increment per move. And if it's 1-1, then we get into an Armageddon stuff. But first of all, the 2 blitz games. Prag had blitz games against Anish, didn't he? Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, and came through very successfully, of course. I never think of Ding as being a kind of blitz specialist. I can't think. Has he had successes in the World Blitz?
I don't think he usually doesn't play them, does he?
I can't recall. I don't think so.
No, he's good. He beat Magnus in a blitz tie break. I'm not sure these world rankings of the blitz are so volatile, but I've seen him way up there as well. He might have been #1 at some point.
But I don't think of him as being as kind of specializing in it. You know, he's a classic. Yeah.
But no, he's not on the list. I guess he's inactive. He hasn't played any blitz tournament during the pandemic.
On rook d8, just to hold on d6. Oh no, not at all.
Yeah, just a massive swap down coming. Rook b5, rook c4, rook dd5. And you can try your luck here with the past a pawn, but it's not exactly promising. e4, you go g4 to keep this pawn on an island.
After g4, who's better?
No, white is better for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
King g3, h4, but it doesn't matter for Ding if he loses this one or if he draws it. So he's not gonna win. Yeah, just king g3. Oh, white needs to draw, so who cares what he does? But this pawn is never going anywhere, and the king can come here. Then it depends if black can make a draw with rook f1 or not, but it's not important for the outcome. It will be a tiebreak, no matter what. Prague continues to impress.
Totally. I mean, really.
Also, I wasn't aware you could have your hand in that angle without breaking it.
Actually, looks like an Indian spin bowler who seems to have a similar action.
Wow.
It's done, just not in chess circles, normally in cricket.
Mm.
And there's a Sri Lankan who famously has a very unusual action. Okay, we're simplifying now. Yeah.
The excitement is slowly leaving the position. Draw, tiebreak. Comeback by Praggnanandhaa. Just here. Winning game 2 in a clean technical style, not losing games. What's not to like?
There we have it. One set apiece. So impressive from Praggnanandhaa today. And we're going right down to the wire. So I guess we're going to be back 10, 15 minutes time. So do join us for the grand finale of the Chessable Masters. We will see you soon.
Hello and welcome to the sneak peek video on the lifetime repertoires, the Najdorf Sicilian. In this video, I'm going to show you my latest course, which is a complete repertoire against 1e4 with the Najdorf Sicilian defense. Why the Najdorf? Well, it is one of the, if not the best opening you can play against 1e4. It is both very correct, very sound, also very aggressive, gives you plenty of opportunities to play for a win. And the only problem is that you need to study quite a bit of theory. But for that, there is this course. Isn't it wonderful? Let's look into it. There are here 27 chapters. The whole course is 1,000, close to 1,000 trainable lines, and the length is around 24 hours. So you can basically binge watch the course in just 24 hours if that's your priority. But realistically, I guess you need a couple of days and and you're done. More importantly, there is the quick starter guide. And that is a short summary of all you have to know to start, and that is barely over an hour. I would add to that a couple of chapters, especially against the bishop e3 line, which would also be another hour. And I think within a couple of hours, you are ready to start your Najdorf journey. But then, of course, check out all the chapters. There's lots of detail there. When you play the Najdorf, you are quite invincible. It's a very big theoretical battlefield. You can vary within it. You can deviate, always improve, always on the analysis. And so, yeah, Najdorf, I think, is a little too rich. So I don't really feel targeted there. And I think that's also a good reason why you should be playing the Najdorf. So yes, alternatives, bishop e7, bishop e6, for example, move with a bad reputation, but I give some options. Even within the alternatives, there are sometimes alternatives, which is quite cool. Also, against some lesser known options, for example, against 6 rook g1, I also give alternatives, because in rook g1, for example, in particular, there is the system with e5, knight b3, bishop e6, which is the main line, and that main line equalizes but leads to an endgame, equal endgame. And of course, I know my my Najdorf boys and girls, they want a sharp play, and next to this main line, I decided not to be lazy, and also recommend another line. For example, the in this case, it's the h5 variation here, which is a lot more fighting, can lead to much sharper positions, like this one, typical Najdorf here. We've got opposite castles incoming, very sharp positions. So yeah, lots of options, and still, despite all that, the sides became quite manageable. So I'm very happy with that. Also, of course, sidelines are well covered. Bishop b5 check. You know, if you don't have a chapter on bishop b5 check, then I don't think you can claim to have a Najdorf repertoire, because bishop b5 check is such an integral part of the Najdorf. A lot of trainable lines, a lot of memorization. A lot of my variations are more fine-tuned for a top-level chess. But here I'm going for much more playable, much more flexible positions where there is a lot of room for a lot of room for creativity, much more flexibility there. So yeah, I think a good repertoire will have a fun community. I'm sure lots of you will ask me a bunch of questions, and yeah, I'm very happy with what I've done. I believe there is no need when you have a course like that, there is no need to compromise on anything. The lines are all sound, correct, well tested with the strongest engines, and also fitted for the for your regular chess fan. So yeah, I think this should be a lot of fun, and I can't wait to hear your feedback, and I'm sure you'll really enjoy the course. So thank you for watching the sneak peek, and get your course. Also enjoy, of course, the short and sweet. If you're doubting, that's also going to be a nice little free course for you. But I would like to say, of course, if you enjoy it, you should definitely check out the actual course, the lifetime repertoires, and yeah, I hope you'll find it worthwhile and you will enjoy it as well. So thank you for watching, and bye bye.
Hello everyone, and welcome to this short introduction to the Ruy Lopez. So the Ruy Lopez is a chess opening that appears after the move e4. Black replies e5. We play knight f3. Black replies knight c6. And now bishop to b5. This is the Ruy Lopez. We intend to castle next, and we are building some initiative in the center later on by playing the move c3 and hopefully d4. It's a very solid and reliable opening. It has been played by basically all the world champions throughout the history of chess. It has been around for hundreds of years, and it can definitely last you a lifetime once you learn it. So I really recommend you all to try out the Ruy Lopez.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Hi there, it's me, John Chess, inventor of chess. And are you sick of sucking at chess? Well, lucky for you, I have also invented AIM chess. Look at this chess puzzle. Did you solve it? Of course not, that's because you're not using AIM Chess. AIM Chess is a digital chess trainer that helps you improve by creating unique lessons based on your recent games. Just link your chess.com, Chess, or Chess24 account and feel that brain wrinkle. Yeah, see, you shouldn't have blundered your queen just there. Now I know! Thanks, AIM Chess! Now all that's left to figure out is how that funny horse moves. They even got acquired by that one chess player other than Hikaru, so you know it's good. Hi, it's me, that guy I just mentioned, and I'm the best chess man in the world. But thanks to AIM Chess, I also have a girlfriend now as well. This could be you! Personalized training, game reports and analysis disease, study plans, thick, luscious hair, intuition builder, all this and more available on AIM Chess. Courtney, did you know that aim chess users improve their ratings 43% faster than average? What? So what are you waiting for? Join Aim Chess today. Links will be somewhere, probably. I don't know, I just made the video. Aim Chess. Sign up now and get 50k silver and 2 free months off your VPN. Now that's what I call a Queen's Gambit. That's so fucking dumb. Aim Chess, for when you aim to chess. That's their slogan. That's what they say. Ready, aim, chess. That's another. It's... Look, just sign up for Aim Chess, okay? Just... Come on. Literally, why not? Alright, just stop being a dick for like 5 seconds and just go. Alright? Jesus Christ.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. Oh, what are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Welcome everybody.
My name is Jan Nepomniachtchi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Gains that confidence, plays a few good events, stops looking inwards into his own insecurities.
I like the no expectation part, so like that's something that has gotten better because sure, it's like not my full-time job.
It's definitely good for chess in India, and now there is Olympiad also, so there'll be more people following and taking up chess as professional sport.
Yeah.
And it's surprisingly concrete still, no? Like, e takes d4, good move. This d takes e4, the d takes e5.
This line was essential and forced, but also not rocket science to map out.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Airthings.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Seriously? Checkmate! Aim Chess is an intelligent system that analyzes your game, prevents mistakes, and develops recommendations for improving your skill. Phew!
After a 16-player preliminary round-robin tournament, then we had the knockout phase, quarterfinals, semi-final, and final. And now it all comes down to the tiebreak. Ding Liren against Ramesh Babu Pragnananda to decide who will become the Chessable Masters Champion 2022. We're straight in there. Prag has white. Let's see what's happening.
Let's go. Good old Ragozin Ding's main opening for many a year. After he earlier lost a game with a c5 line, he's now back to his old ways. Rook e8, bishop f8. I guess all of this is still known. In fact, I think he had this position in a game against Magnus, if memory serves, where maybe Magnus castled. But Pragnananda goes a3. Ding will probably drop back to d5, or he's thinking about bishop a6 here. No, he goes knight bd5.
Just
so far, so good.
Sorry, just going to say, quick reminder of the rules: 2 5-minute games and 10-second increment per move.
Is it 10? 3, no? 10
is it 3? I beg your pardon.
3.
Is it 3?
5 plus 3.
5 plus 3. Beg your pardon.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I'm still in rapid mode. Yeah, 5 plus 3. But whatever happens in this tiebreak, I think we've seen during this tournament the emergence of a new star.
Yeah, Ding looked excellent.
Yeah, Ding did look excellent. Yeah, but seriously, Pragnananda, I think, has confirmed the promise. Well, we always knew he had promise, but now he seems to be delivering against some of the top players in the world, and he's there to stay. 95.
Yeah, I wouldn't bet against him. Well, I would bet against him, as I have every round, and I also would in these tie breaks. But he's kept being impressive. Second tournament in a row where he's competing for victory in the very last round, even in this esports cup. He is a force to be reckoned with. And we have to maybe reconsider the Indian youngster power rankings. Like Eric Agassi looked firmly in the top spot, but Pragnananda, with these 2 events, he's giving him a run for his money.
I'm hesitating to make a call on that one. Seems to change with every single tournament. But just coming back to these players and Prag's chances, we saw how against Anish Giri in the Blitz tiebreak, how sharp, how fast Prag was, how he spotted the tactics, and Anish basically got done with a couple of tactics.
Yeah, Ding is a different animal, but it's also very, very late where he is. I'm not sure if at some point that will take a toll. Like, I'm sure he's adjusted his sleep rhythm and so on, but this lack of daylight and sitting there being focused every day till 4 a.m. It has to be taxing.
But okay, you could say the same for both of them. It's not quite as late for Prag, but you know, he's running on fumes as well.
Yeah, and he spends his free time during the day not sleeping, but taking exams, like accepting jobs at oil companies. He's a busy guy.
Yep.
Pawn to c5. Rook b8 and c5 looked very logical, covering the bishop and then breaking. Bishop d6 is, I guess, not possible here because of takes and e5.
Okay, tactics. What's going on? Hang on. The rook moves. Oh no, sorry. I was imagining the B file is open. I'm
not yet.
Not yet. Not yet.
I guess you can just move, and after bc5, play a move like bishop a8 and regain this pawn.
Yeah.
Don't know if there's anything better, like pawn to c4. No, that's nonsense there. Yeah. Too complex.
You know, somehow when you're young, yeah, it's late, but you just run on adrenaline. You know, you just bounce from one thing to the next. Somehow you can do it. You don't think about it.
Must be nice. This is the first Blitz game. 2 will be played either way. Rook c8 played by Ding. Yeah, he's fine. bc, maybe he doesn't have to do anything fancy. Maybe he can just recapture. This bishop is also hanging. solved his problems here. Let's see how he proceeds. This capture looks legal, but he accepts somewhat weakened kingside pawns. I also can't see what's wrong with just moving the bishop away. Then white at least gains maybe a little time with rook d1, but black looks very safe, very solid. He goes rook takes c5. Takes. Bishop f6, gf. He's just saying he's not concerned.
Looks reasonable.
Yep. Very much so. No, it's also in a way impressive by Pragnananda that Ding is obviously very, very strong in the opening. It's not like Pragnananda was getting great positions out of the opening or playing Ding there, but he very much held his own in the ensuing complications every time today. Bishop d4 played, I guess rook c7. Bishop a7, there's bishop e4. Could be better options, but bishop e4 looks plenty good enough. No, he goes queen a8.
Keeps a little juice in the position maybe, but
yeah. c8. Not regaining the pawn instantly though, so I don't know if Ding has played this so well. It's again one of those where black should be active enough to hold the balance, but now he has to worry about holding the balance when before. I don't know, why not bishop e4, for example. Knight d7 plate. Bishop will go somewhere. And maybe then e5. Yeah, black's still fine.
Still got to get rid of that a pawn.
Yeah, he goes knight c5.
We had one of these earlier where Prag won, and
Exactly.
and we always said, yeah, Ding's got it under control. He's gonna draw this one, and little by little, Prag actually squeezed an advantage to a win.
Yeah, the burden of proof that he's fine is now on Ding. He has to get that pawn back or generate activity. Well, Prag, his position looks a bit passive, but it's still very, very solid. And he has plans like just pushing his a-pawn up the board, which he starts doing. Ding playing a little bit with fire here. Yeah. F5, that's some serious fire.
Yeah, okay.
Fire starting.
Okay, he's had enough. He's going into hack mode. Good grief. Not even I would have moved my f-pawn in that position.
Looks unsound too, doesn't it? Like takes.
Really weird.
Then some queen b3 or bishop b3. He goes queen a2 directly. Similar intentions. I like it less though, because now there's bishop d5. Intermezzo. Here comes the intermezzo. I guess bishop b3. It's become a mess. Oh, bishop e4. Oh, nice.
Ooh, that's
missed
the
that.
trick.
So sharp, and Ding missed it too, you can see.
Yeah.
From his facial expression. Ouch.
And now the eval bar creeps up. I'm not surprised after that.
Ding e4 is a big one.
Ding is still a pawn down, and he's succeeded in wrecking his king position. Very nice for white to have the bishop swap always available. Yeah, this is now a serious advantage for white.
Yeah, he's just a pawn down with a bad position. Probably has to take on c5 and suffer. Bishop a2, bishop a8. Doesn't look better. Ding in trouble. Pragnanda just relentless. Low on the clock again, but doesn't miss tactics like this one. Yeah, he's gone rook c5 after shaking his head. This is, yeah, it's lost basically. Black is a pawn down at this passer. It's powerful, the black king is weak. No, it's objectively it has to be lost.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, the problem is that, I mean, in generating activity, then black will always leave his king vulnerable. I mean, it looks absolutely dreadful.
Not like white needs to do anything special either. Just push this guy. B3, bishop c5, even rook f1 is perfectly fine. Ah, this rook is also hanging. So that's even better than rook f1. No,
it really is utterly lost. It's a horrible position.
Oh, this guy is a monster. Queen a7 threatens checkmate, but gives another pawn.
Don't know.
Take rook f1, and then you start attacking yourself.
Keep it simple. Yeah, here we go.
Bishop c5 looks nice, but after knight e5, it's really white who gets to have all the fun. This king is weaker than the white king that will sit on h1.
And Bragg shows that his time investment seems to be paying off in every single game. He goes lower on time, but seems to be able to cope extremely well under the pressure. He has 45 seconds remaining. 3 seconds added every time you make a move.
Yeah, I would think just 95. He starts with king h1, also very reasonable. Doesn't run away. Black pieces are seriously restricted because I have to watch both after the a6 pawn and after the king. It's just lost. And yeah, you can see Pragnanda's eyes. Doing their work. Queen a8, Ding is trying to stay in the game. The endgame should be lost, but with his king so weak, it feels tempting to play a move like Queen f5 as well. And just go for the kill.
Yeah, he might. Yeah, Queen f5. Yeah, nice move. Keeping an eye on the rook on c2 as well.
No, he does take. Yeah, don't like that as much. This king is so far away from the action, and now black only has to worry.
Yeah, but rook c1, maybe he just wants to chop pieces. Rook c1.
Yeah.
And
but a6, I can't take a6 yet. Okay. So
yeah.
Takes and bishop f2.
Bishop f2 and then just protect the pawn, maybe.
So rook c6. Yeah, of course, white keeps pressing. It just felt like with the queens on board. On the board, it should have been even easier. And g4, now the king comes.
I think he just wanted some easy moves.
Fair enough. Engine bar jumps wildly after every move, although Ding's move look completely natural.
Yeah,
it doesn't look like the computer's happy with them.
I think, yeah, dare I say it, Prague has been very pragmatic because, I mean, these are just so, it's so easy to play now. King moves in, black's king restricted.
There's a7 if he wants to, but he's not, he's not gambling. He just activates his pieces to the max.
It's really good technique.
Yep.
I like the way he's playing. You know, he's down to 5 seconds. So, you know, he can't think for too long. He needs a few easy moves. Okay.
Just repeat once.
It's a little bit tricky.
B5, asking some last questions.
Yeah.
Rook c1, another good move though. They're so good, these guys, with no time on the clock, finding good moves. guess Ding has to try king e6 again. He doesn't, but now a7 picks up material.
Yeah, he's done it.
Computer hates it. I don't know why. Rook b4, king f5. Rook to a4.
Oh,
whoa.
Rook b1. The needle dipped again.
The needle dipped big time. Rook b7, king f8, just saying, you can't win this. Looks winning. Why isn't it winning? Rook a6, king h7, and knight g6. Bishop d4. Black is just in time, miraculously.
Wow.
To cover.
Ding back in the game.
Oof.
He just lost control for a moment.
Yeah.
I guess, well, there you go. Again, commentator's curse. I was speaking about how well Pragg was playing short of time, and he might have blown it. Still easier for white to play than black.
For sure. But somehow everything's covered.
Yeah.
Okay. He takes rook g4, rook a4, and knight e5, rook e4, and draw. No, Ding dodges.
Yeah.
Dodges a bullet in that one. That was completely lost. Now it's just a draw.
Wow. That will give him some confidence.
Some rest.
Lucky man. He really got away with it there. Let's just go back. Can we go back and look at where it went wrong? So roundabout move 46 for Pragg.
Yeah. No, first of all, I really think here keeping the queens on and the game doesn't last very long. Like bishop f2. And I switched on the computer. Okay, computer gives knight g5, which is already too fancy. Oh no, yeah, I was wrong as usual. Here it's counterplay. Okay. So he takes rook fc1. So far, so good.
I still think this was just a very sound way of playing, but it's just he might have rushed it with a7.
Yeah, here I like this rook c1 he did. Should be 6 and a7 already making life more complicated.
Yeah, rook a, just rook
a1. It's very clinical. Yeah,
good move.
This just resigns. Yeah, a7 should still be winning, but Ding fighting, and now white has to make some strange moves like rook d1. Who does that?
Yeah, that is a bit odd.
Rook b1. That's the one that blew it. Like rook d1 apparently winning.
Yeah,
what's the difference?
I was going to say, how do you determine the difference?
Yeah, no one can calculate this with 5 seconds.
Okay, you pick up
but here you win the bishop. While with the rook on b1, the king escapes.
Fine margins.
But that this position is not winning is frankly very strange. It looks completely winning.
Absolutely. Well, credit to Ding for finding these moves, actually. You know, he's on only moves at this point. Quick recap of where we're at. This was the first blitz game in the tiebreak. A draw, so they play a second blitz game. And it's all on that one. But if it's a draw, then we will go to the Armageddon.
I have a feeling we'll get an Armageddon. You know, as exciting as this match is, today it's Father's Day, and I had some vague hopes that maybe we're done at 9 or something, and I can go out on the one night of the year, have a few drinks with my friends. I feel this is going till 11 at the very least.
Is it Father's Day today?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's different in Germany than in England. Here, it's Father's Day.
Okay, not here. Not that I made a fuss of. But I think it's also different in the States as well, because sometimes I see, you know, stuff on Twitter and talking about, you know, Mother's Day or Father's Day, and I kind of panic. I should be doing something. But then suddenly it's kind of, okay, stand down. It's all right. It's only in America.
Yeah. Also, I'm not very good at keeping track of these holidays. My wife tells me every other day, did you know today is Mother's Day, Women's Day, Norwegian National Day. There's always something. And I always believe it. But there are a lot of holidays, apparently, or a lot of days to be aware of. It's very tough.
Yeah, but also I think if you're self-employed, then if you don't have that normal 9 to 5 work routine, it kind of, you know, I've never understood holidays, basically. You know, it's just all out of the window. There's either work or there isn't work, you know?
Yeah, also for chess players, like usually when you're an active chess player, you play chess on the weekends anyway, so there are never free weekends. And yeah, this whole concept. The only guy working 9 to 5 here is Pragnananda, because the game started like 9 p.m. for him and finish at 5 a.m. it feels like.
Yeah, that takes the song 9 to 5 takes a whole new meaning. We're about to start. Here we go. Straight in. Yeah, and you better switch off the engine, otherwise.
Oh, sorry.
Actually, could we swap to yellow arrows?
Yellow arrows?
Yeah, because we can see the pieces a bit better.
No one's ever asked for yellow.
Yeah, because then you can see the pieces through them. I should have asked right from the start, but I keep forgetting. I'm going to get it in on possibly the final game.
Ooh.
Well, this is not the refutation of the Nimzo Indian.
Well, a3 is a very rare move. Usually they go knight f3 or take. Ding is just trying to get Pragnananda out of book. And ed.
But hasn't white gained something here?
Nah.
You don't think so? Isn't there this trendy line where you just play bishop d2 anyway? I'm talking without a3.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. He's given up half a tempo because you don't need a3. Like the trendy line is something like knight f3, b6, cd, ed, bishop d3.
Or rook c1 there.
This bishop drops back anyway, so
okay,
he's only given up, including a3.
Right.
That's on purpose. He's just trying to confuse the situation a little bit. But this is not supposed to be very challenging. Actually, computer says black is better already. c5, dc, bc, bishop d3, bishop g4.
Ding wants to mix it.
Yep.
It actually reminds me very much of, well, a little bit of the last round game in the Reykjavik Open between Gukesh and Pragnananda, where Prag also got in bishop g4 and bishop takes f3. Unfortunately, he lost a pawn in the middle, but similar kind of idea, similar kind of pawn structure.
Strange position. Ding, tired of normal stuff, wants to play as sharply as possible. I'd be tempted to go d4 here, just give the pawn, try to grab some squares. But black can also very much make normal moves like rook e8, bishop f8, whatever. Rook e8 plate.
Now d4 gains in oomph. So is it time to step away? Do we play king f1 or he's castle? I was hoping for king f1 and rook g1, but okay, more sensible.
Black still looks fine to me though. Bishop d6, f4, d4, still there.
Definitely, yeah. And knight h even. Yeah, d4 is a natural move, but even knight h5 and queen h4 sometimes. If white could get in lots of moves, f4, knight g3, the knights come to f8.
Feels slow, don't like it. Here comes the knight. Oh, knight f5. Computer hated knight f5 for whatever reason.
Nobody knows why.
I guess they wanted to take some pawn, maybe, or what? I don't get it. How bad can knight f5 be? I can only assume he wanted to take here and take this guy.
Well, Ding is at least playing with a free hand. You know,
Yeah.
he's decided to kind of go into hacking mode, and you know, whatever turns up, he's going to make the best of it.
He also decided, I'm tired, so I'll just trust my hand and not try to calculate everything, which is often a good strategy when you realize, okay, I can't calculate anymore. So let's just make moves, put pressure on the clock. Be aggressive.
And Prag plays the move that has been on the cards for a long time. D4. Yeah.
Looks pretty dangerous. It's the problem of not calculating. You might miss stuff. Prag too strong.
Yeah. Looks really good.
I'd be tempted to go F4. Sorry.
Yeah. No, I was just going to say, this is a $10,000 blitz game.
Oh, yeah, it's true.
25,000 for the winner, 15,000 for the second place. That's the difference. Scary for white. How's Ding looking? I'm going full screen on Ding. Oof. Yeah.
Just looks tired to me. But also, his king looks a bit lonely.
Yeah. He looks kind of pale and interesting. But he usually looks kind of pale and interesting.
Yeah, I think there are nuances. I think he looks more tired than usual, and how couldn't he? But yeah, he's still thinking. Doesn't look like he's done with this game at all.
Just remember the first time I saw Ding in a tournament, I think it was, can't remember which year, it was in Biel. And yeah, he was comparatively new face, and I just couldn't believe he kind of looked so skinny and so weedy. How could he, you know, last the pace in this tournament? I mean, he did, but yeah, he doesn't have the kind of Carlsen physique at all. I mean, I don't know whether he's put any effort into that, any work into that.
Still looks pretty skinny, but there are a lot of skinny chess players. Like, I always wonder who the strongest pound for pound chess player is. These guys, they might be very high on these rankings. Anish is also not a very heavy man. Caruana. But Ding and Pragnanda, they're probably in the top 10.
I think Anish and Fabi, they do take their fitness reasonably seriously. Not in the Carlsen mode, but
yeah, I'm not saying they're not in shape. I'm just saying they don't weigh a lot.
No.
Although Anish is deceptively tall, so he's probably not on top of these rankings. Fabi, Ding. Yeah, I would guess, I don't know. I don't think I've seen Pragnananda in person, so I'm not sure how tall he is. Probably still growing as well. I'm not sure that counts for my pound for pound ranking, if they're still growing.
Okay, so the queen wants to switch over. And is black just going to block this out? Knight f4?
Your dog does not seem to approve.
No, I'm going to shut the window. I'm afraid that's in somebody else's back garden. We're not a dog family, I'm telling you. We're cats. We're cats here.
Queen a4. Knight gf4, rook g1. I like this queen a4. Might still be trouble, but I'd feel a lot safer if the queen made it here. Got cut off, but Ding brings the rook. He's hanging in there. And the white position also has a lot of potential. If he doesn't get mated, a lot of pieces pointed in this general direction.
I mean, the knight on g6 and bishop on f8 are kind of covering everything at the moment anyway. But yeah, he needs to scoop up that c pawn, otherwise it might just push on one square, and then it's getting close. Ooh, clock times 2.5 minutes against the minute. Pragg once again down on time.
So he does it. I played a bunch of blitz games with Prague's compatriot Nihal Sarin, and he would always let the clock run down to 20, 30 seconds in like a 3-0 blitz game, and then just make 100 strong moves and crush me with my 2 minutes there. Like, they don't need a lot of time. 92, takes both rooks.
That's true. That seems to be an issue.
I don't see a way to save both.
Yeah. Ooh.
So he says, all right, pick one. Takes, I guess, rook takes. Strange position.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just wondering whether, okay, now the second rank is looking rather vulnerable. Yeah. Feels a bit easier for black to play than white at the moment.
Yeah.
It's nasty.
It's an annoying attack, and you need some unnatural kind of move, like bishop d4.
Yeah, bishop d4 at least protects the c pawn. Otherwise, bishop c4 might be coming soon. It's starting to look pretty random now.
Here comes bishop d4. Not a pretty move. You'd rather keep the bishop here, where it's covered by the pawn. But what can you do?
Rook d5, try and dislodge the knight. Is that legal?
It is a legal move. I don't know. They've exhausted me with their random chess. Queen c4 maybe?
Yeah, they're a bit loose. That's true. Yeah, not so clever. Split rooks. Not good. Oh, Pragg now under 10 seconds.
Better make a move. Rook d2.
Don't know. Bishop e3. What's his idea?
Wants to grab.
Take a pawn, just to grab a pawn.
Might still be worth doing. Bishop e3, rook b2, bishop e4. And at least our pieces are covered again. We can start.
Nice.
Rook d5. Interesting.
Chasing the knight.
Can you go queen g4? Maybe he doesn't want to. Also, hang on, there are tricks like queen e4, bishop c5, rook g5, and this queen could run out of squares. He goes rook g5 directly. Suppose queen f3, bishop e4. But now the queen breaks free. Queen d1. Did he miss that one thing? Any head shaking? No.
Don't know. c6. Perhaps he's just pushing on.
Yeah, he's still fine. These bishops are pretty good bishops.
They certainly are. Pragg, 11 seconds remaining. Ding has 16 seconds. He swiped the pawn. There's a lot of pawns on the queen side.
Looks winning for Ding. Push him.
Not so fast. That knight starts to complicate matters.
Nah.
You think it's just over?
I think it's pretty much over. Bishop e3. And these guys, they will win serious material. King h8 doesn't help.
Oh, the rook has dropped. That is that.
Oh, that's a $10,000 rook.
Yeah.
Oof.
Oh, Prag can't believe it. Yeah, shaking his head, and suddenly Ding is just complete.
But look how focused Ding is. Completely winning. He's not allowing himself to relax even for a second. He means business.
Yeah, and the pawns are going through. Wow.
This is it. Yeah, c7, rook g8. We're done.
Oh, Prag can't believe it. Right at the death. He has blown it, and the pawns are rolling. I think that might be it.
a4. He's not even exchanging rooks. I would have exchanged rooks instantly.
Still do it.
Yeah.
Oh, the pawns have it.
Rook b1. Come on. Come on, Ding. You're having too much fun. Bishop f3. No, now he wants the queen.
There we go. Ding has won the Chessable Masters 2022. An extraordinary last game with felt so random, but he's managed to pull it out of the bag. Incredible, even though it's whatever it is, 4 a.m. in China. But he has held on, and he looks absolutely delighted.
What a battle. Congratulations to Ding. One Ding to rule them all. He does come through in the end. But the breakout star of this and the last event, but especially this one, has to be Pragnanandhaa. Defeats Wei Yi, Anish Giri, and then loses the first day to Ding. And I frankly thought that Ding would cruise to victory today. Not at all. Pragnanandhaa wins 2.5, 1.5, forces the tiebreak where he's, I think, winning at some point in both games, in these blitz games, then barely ran out of steam. But what a performance by the 16-year-old. Congrats to both. Very impressive.
Oh, and to come through, I mean, obviously for both players, but Prag, you know, played incredibly well in the preliminaries. Really strong field. He's done phenomenally well. And, you know, with every tournament, he seems to get better and better. For Ding, that must give him some encouragement. He's not far away from the candidates tournament, of course. Starts, what is it, June the 16th?
That neighborhood. Yeah.
Yeah.
One of the favorites there, Ding. I hope for his sake that he's not far away from his bed either. What time is it? Like 5 a.m.?
Something like that. Yeah. Close to it.
Good stuff.
So there we go. I think we're going to wrap things up. I don't think we're going to get an interview with them. I think if you...
It might be on the other channel.
On the other channel, exactly. Yeah. So we can wrap it up there. Final reflections, Jan?
It's been fun. Thanks for, hosting this event at Chessable. Thanks to the sponsors, Aim Chess and the chesschamps.io. Thanks to you. I've had fun. Like, I'm tired now, frankly. This was a long round. I have no idea how the players feel. But yeah, and thanks to everyone watching, everyone behind the scenes, making sure these shows run as smoothly as they do.
We should, on that note, we should definitely thank Sotiris, our producer, who's had very long days.
I said everyone behind the scenes, but it's really just Sotiris. Thanks, Sotiris.
He's done a superb job, so thank you to Sotiris. And remember, if you're interested in the NFT trophy, then do stick a bid in to the auction at chesschamps.io, not Chess Chumps. That might be something else. chesschamps.io, and of course.
But hurry up! Remember, Ding has 25k now. He might just bid 25k instantly if he wants that trophy. So you better be fast.
Good stuff. Let's leave it there. Jan, thanks very much for your company over the past few days. It's been very enjoyable, some great chess, and well, hopefully we'll see everyone soon. Thanks everyone for tuning in, and see you later.